Yeah.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Motive Racing YouTube channel for the Flat Out Formula One League. Here tonight on the PlayStation platform. We're here at Shanghai for the Chinese Grand Prix. We first obviously broadcast this league. Well, last Monday was the actual day that did the comms. The actual races are on Mondays, but you'll be watching this on Sunday as part of the undercard, hopefully for the ACC GT3 Championship for Motive. And yeah, what a race we had last week. Obviously, Freddie taking a very impressive win on his comeback race, but can he repeat the feat here tonight in Shanghai? Here we go, lights coming on the head of the grid. We're about to go racing here. And it's lights out and away we go. Who gets a better start from Tower Sokol and Speed Sasha? It looks like Speed Sasha slightly better. Looking into turn one, down the inside he goes. Is he going to make that move? He does make the move. As Tower Sokol getting pushed out a little bit on those hard tyres. We've got some Red Bulls in the mix here as well. You've got Ruck and Nathan. Freddie, though, managing to get ahead of both of them into third place. Can he now get around Tower Sokol as well here? Freddie can't get that one done at the moment. Nathan there moving ahead of Ruck, his teammate, up into fourth place. You've got Vista Brinky, followed by Oliver with Islandberg in ninth, ahead of MTM and Harry's Veltsy. But Ruck's got back ahead of his teammate Nathan there going into turn four. And it's currently Speed Slasher from Tower Sokol with Freddie there in third place, followed by Ruck, Nathan, Vista Brinky, Oliver Islandberg, MTM, and Harry's Veltsy has just managed to get around the outside of MTM there. Well, MTM managed to get back ahead there with a bit of ghosting. Not quite sure what's going on there. But currently, Speed Slasher leads the way as they come out onto this little back straight, which leads in towards the final sector here. And Speed Slasher already gapping Tower Sokol. You've got Freddie here really putting the pressure here on Tower Sokol at the moment. Brinky, in the meantime, he's trying to get around the outside of Vista up into P6, and he's got that one done there as Brinky. But Vista's going to try and keep himself there all the way around this little stadium section, which leads onto this extremely long back straight. Oh, no. Oh, he's done. I tell you what, everybody did well to react to that. But Vista there losing it, coming out onto the back straight, and it's dropped down to the back of the pack. In the meantime, Freddie looking down the inside of Tower Sokol. Into the hairpin we go, and Freddie's going to make that move for position there up into second place. Beautifully done there from him, as Ruck there battling with Nathan still. These two Red Bull teammates continuing to go at it there, but Freddie up into P2 with a lovely move there. Obviously got the slipstream down the straight and made the move into the hairpin, and now he can try and chase after Speed Slasher, who's the race leader at the moment by just under 2 seconds over your man Freddie here, going into turn one right now. Tower Sokol keeping Freddie honest at the moment with Ruck and Nathan still right there as well. This is a four-way battle here for second place. On board with Nathan is Ruck there. Got very close to the back of Tower Sokol. Almost a little bit too close for comfort there. But Tower Sokol holding on for the time being ahead of Ruck. And Speed Slasher still out the front is continuing to gap these at the moment. But Freddie's going to try and up the tempo here and try and put a little bit of breathing space between himself and these guys who are squabbling behind him as Tower Sokol went in a little bit deep there. Would have cost him a little bit of time coming through that section of the track. He's falling a little bit further now behind Freddie, who seems to be starting to just put out a bit of a gap between him and these two, or these three, should I say, as Nathan and Ruck continue to go side by side here, and Nathan gets the move done around the outside there. Beautifully done there from Nathan, and Ruck could do absolutely nothing about it there. Excellent move there from Nathan. Speed Sasha continues to lead by just over 2 seconds now, so Freddie, although he's gapping the guys behind him, is definitely falling off for the race to the Speed Sasha, as things stand anyway. Vista's got himself into the points as MTM seems to have had a moment here. So Vista, after his first lap spin, has gained one position back. Ruck there moving ahead of Nathan as they come down the long back straight up into P4 once again. These two continuing to chop and change positions non-stop right now. Nathan getting very close under braking, but not close enough at the moment. Brinky not too far away either, starting to bring himself into this battle potentially for what's the podium places really. At this point, Harry's Veltsy there running in 7th place ahead of Oliver, followed by Islandberg, Vista and MTM. Oh, MTM, what is going on here? MTM there making an absolute hash of the hairpin, losing it all over the place there, as Nathan there moving back ahead of Ruck up into 4th place, and these two continuing to not really be able to decide who's going to lead the way. Nathan obviously on the hard tyres, so he should be a bit slower than Ruck. Ruck's got the pace advantage, but it seems like Nathan's maybe got a bit more pace around this track. And obviously with Tower Sokol and Nathan both being on the hards, oh, it's just a bit of contact there with Nathan making up the inside of Tower Sokol. Can he complete the move here into the next corner? No, yes he can. So Nathan, they're up into the podium places now. They've fallen off of Freddie a little bit with that battle that we see just going through the first sector there. So that's now allowing Freddie a little bit of breathing space, potentially to try and close that gap to the race leader. But Speed Slasher there continuing to put out the gap. Nearly 3 seconds now. He's got over Freddie. Nathan at Tower So Cool. Rock still running in the backup places at the moment. You've got Brinky there in P6, who's now definitely on the tail with this train as well. Oliver, the league admin, has got pressure from behind with Eilenberg looking up at the inside. Oh, and Eilenberg there had to make a big correction. Oliver, oh my goodness. Oliver there getting out of it there, out onto the straight. Eilenberg getting that move done up into P8 there, so no dramas. It was close to tears there between those two, but they managed to navigate their way through it. Oh, it's Tower So Cool there, deep into the hairpin. That's allowed the other Red Bull of Rock up the inside, up into P4. Tower So Cool dropping back in the first stint of this race on those hard tyres. Obviously, we'll have that strategic ace up his sleeve later on in the race. But for the time being, it's all struggles here for Tower So Cool. As we can see, Eilenberg into the pits at the end of lap 3. Or end of lap 3. So, that's him now, first driver into the pits for a scheduled pit stop. I assume MTM's wasn't scheduled to stop being on lap 1. But nonetheless, a long way to go here in this race, that's for sure. Oh, MTM into the wall. What is going on here with MTM? He seems to be in a bit of a rot at the moment. Can't seem to get it right. It's got no front wing on the car. I reckon we're going to be seeing a retirement pretty soon, I would have thought. Go back to the battle for second place here. Freddie with Nathan and Ruck. Pretty close with him. Nathan very, very tight on Freddie at the moment, as we've got Brinky there moving ahead of Tower So Cool now as well. Tower So Cool going backwards here in the first few laps of this race on the hard tyres as well, as I keep hastening to add. But now he's lost out to Harry's Facey as well. And his fellow hard tyre runner Nathan running in third place. So Nathan not really experiencing the struggles that Tower So Cool is at the moment, but saying that, it is fine margins here. Obviously, there's quite a tight field, so these few tenths of a second can make a big difference between third and 7th places. MTM's got a 10-second time penalty for exceeding track limits. Good. Oh my goodness! Oh no! Rock has gone steaming into the hairpin there. That was inexcusable there. And Freddie's come off way worse in that one, down to P5. No fault of Freddie's there whatsoever. And Rock there is going to sportsman like, oh no, he's not. He's just going into the pits because he's got damage. Thought he was giving a position back there to Freddie. Freddie there, innocent bystander in that one, as he's looking on the back of Brinky into turn 1. Can he make the move? No, Brinky keeps it around the outside for the time being. But Rock there in the pits right now, and Brinky's still coming under the pressure from Freddie at the moment, and Harry's Fetzy, Tower So Cool pretty close with these guys at the moment as well. But Speed Slasher out the front's got just under a 5-second gap here to Nathan, who's now well ahead of this battle behind him. Obviously with that, the pack being split wide open there. So it's Brinky, Freddie, Harry's Fetzy and Tower So Cool battling over third place right now. Forward them pretty much in a line here. Nathan, the runner on the hard tyres here, is well up the road here. So he's doing a fantastic job in this first stint and could be maybe a threat, pardon me, to Speed Slasher later on. Not sure. If he can keep pace with him in this part of the race, then maybe he might have a good chance in the second stint. Here we go then, Freddie in this extreme here on Brinky coming down the long back straight. DRS will be open for the Ferrari here for Freddie as he's getting that toe as well, getting closer and closer and closer. He's going to look down the inside here into the hairpin. It's not the first move he's made into the hairpin tonight. Freddie makes the move, completes it up into third place. Beautifully done there from him. Brinky's now got to watch out because he's got Harry's Facey and Tower So Cool queuing up behind him here. So needs to put his finger out right now if he wants to avoid losing 2 more places. As we see Harry's Facey getting a little bit wide there coming out of the final corner, which would have given Brinky just a little bit of a let off the hook there. But Freddie now back into the podium places after that takeout that we saw from Rock a couple of laps ago into the hairpin. Rock, I think, must have been looking at the wrong braking marker, must have braked 50 metres too late because he went absolutely steaming into the back of Freddie. I don't think it was deliberate, but then again, it's just a major misjudgment is what it is. Harry's Fetzy here looking to the outside on Brinky. Brinky's trying to defend the inside line. Harry's Fetzy could try to go for a cutback, but he's not going to make that one happen there because there's not really enough room to work with at this point. So here are the 4 drivers battling here for 3rd place. Freddie, Brinky, Harry Svetsy and Tower So Cool as they come into the final sector once again here. And Freddie does seem to be starting to just eat that gap out a little bit to these 3, so maybe now starting to a bit of a rhythm. Clearly got away without too much damage, if any, off of the back of Ruck, stealing into the back of him. I think it was Ruck who took the brunt of the damage, as Tower So Cool there moving ahead of Harry Svetsy up into P5. So Tower So Cool's hard tyres now starting to come back at him, or coming back to him, should I say, with the medium tyre runners now starting to get just a tiny little bit of deck there. And Tower So Cool there moving ahead of Brinky as well, up into 4th place. Beautifully done there from him. But Brinky's not done. He's trying to come back at him here with the cutback coming out the final corner. Down the start finish straight we go. Tower So Cool with the inside line. It's going to defend it here. DRS as well. He's got on Freddie. We're just going to help him out. And Brinky there couldn't get the move done. Tower So Cool there managing to complete that move up into 4th place. Brinky couldn't come back at him. But Brinky there down the inside, sending it there. It's still side by side here. Tower So Cool giving him everything to try and hold on to 4th place. And Brinky almost losing out to Harry Svetsy there, but managing to keep ahead of him by the skin of his teeth. Harry Svetsy can't make that move here coming into the next sequence of corners. But a great fight between these 2, Tower So Cool and Brinky. And Harry Svetsy almost inherited P5 there, but couldn't quite make it happen. Freddie hasn't really managed to shake off these guys, despite them all battling. It seems like these drivers in this pack are all quite evenly matched. As I say that, he's almost got the gap over us. In fact, he has just now pulled out over a second. So Freddie now seems to be getting into a bit of a groove here. Obviously, last week's race winner at Imola, but hasn't got a pace around this circuit here, Shanghai, that he did last week at Imola, that's for sure. But still no slouch. Obviously running in 3rd place at the moment. But he is on his medium tyres, which have that pace advantage over drivers like Tower So Cool and obviously Nathan, who's 4 seconds up the road from him. So that will not be ideal for him later on in the race. Tower So Cool looking down the inside into the hairpin, too far back on Freddie at the moment. Speed slasher out the front. Look at this. Just look at this. 7 seconds, over 7 seconds is gap over Nathan at the moment. Nathan there in P2. There's Freddie 3rd. Still can't shake off these guys. He's still got Tower So Cool and Brinky very close on him coming into turn 1. There's Harry Svetsy as well there. P6 just dropping off of those a little bit now. Oliver there in P7. A few seconds up the road there from Vista as Brinky's made the move on Tower So Cool again here. Wow, look at these 2 go. Great fight. I was just coming back to the rest of the pack here. Rock running in 9th and Islandberg running in 10th. MTM has retired from the race on lap 7, just a lap ago. Riding on board with Tower So Cool, trying to get something done here with Brinky. It's a part of the track where Freddie pulls away from these 2. I think that he's maybe got a bit more of a downforcey setup, seems to have more confidence through these twisty sections, and then seems like down the straights maybe he's found a little bit wanting. Brinky here getting close under braking here as they come into the final sector. I tell you what, he's in a prime position to make a move here down the straight with the DRS, and these 2 now starting to pull away from Tower So Cool and Harry Svetsy. Here we go then, on board with Brinky as they come down the back straight. He's going to have the DRS, he's going to have the closing speed, he'll have the slipstream here on Freddie, but Freddie's actually far enough ahead here. Might be able to hold on coming into the hairpin. He's going to defend to the inside line, and now Brinky's going to be forced around the long way here. Freddie parking his car on the inside. He'll be protecting himself from a cutback on the exit. He'll be fully aware of what Brinky might be looking to try and do, and Brinky will get another dose of the DRS here down the start finish straight as well. So that could keep him in good stead here. Freddie's going to have to keep his wits about him here. As here we come down the start finish straight. Brinky now pulling it to the outside. He might be able to get this one done, you know. He's going to swoop around the outside of turn 1. Freddie there, keeping himself there. Really getting his elbows out there was Freddie, saying absolutely not. You're not going to do it. Not easily here. Not without a bit of a fight. Brinky there is going to complete the move round the outside of turn 3 and gets the move done. Great fight from those 2, showing each other the respect. I tell you what, some good clean racing there between those 2. Brinky does get the move done up into 3rd place, and that was a spectacular move there from Brinky, I have to say. That was really, really well done there from him, as Freddie there goes a little bit deep there into the next corner, and Tower So Cool can't capitalise on that for the time being. Freddie there holding on to P4, but yeah, Brinky, lovely move there up into 3rd place. Still a fair old way to go in this race as well, but Brinky and Freddie on the same tyres, so this is going to be a battle that I reckon will most likely continue on for the rest of this race. So I apologise to anybody watching this back afterwards. Obviously, on Sunday night after we recorded it on Monday, as of time of recording, I've got an extremely sore throat and I do keep coughing sporadically. So, and I try to mute my mic, but sometimes I might do a little or something like that because I'm trying to clear my throat. Those ones I can't really plan for. When I know I'm about to go into a coughing fit, I can sort of just like sort of mute my mic, but otherwise I don't have time. Tower So Cool there, moving ahead of Freddie up into 4th place nonetheless, as they came on the exit of the hairpin. And we've got Oliver there moving, being passed by Vista. So Vista up into 7th place there on the exit of the hairpin. Tower So Cool there, defending from Freddie into turn 1. Freddie unable to come back at him here. As he goes for a cutback, oh, Freddie there, absolutely beautifully there, judged that to perfection. Saw that he got a little bit deep there, and now Tower So Cool might lose out to Harry Svetsky. No, he holds on for now. But Harry Svetsky looking around the outside, Tower So Cool holds on to P5. Freddie, though, with a lovely cutback there, up into 4th place. Really outsmarted Tower So Cool there, as Harry Svetsky here trying to get on the back of Tower So Cool here. Tower So Cool trying to force an opening here on Freddie again. These two having a good fight, but they're losing time to Brinky whilst they battle it out. Brinky now 2 seconds up the road there in 3rd place. But great battle there between Freddie and Tower So Cool. But now Harry Svetsky's looking to try and capitalise on Tower So Cool, as we see him coming through the middle sector here, through onto this little back straight. 2 back straights, you've got this little one and then you've got a massively long one, which occupies basically half of the final sector of this track here at Shanghai. But Freddie now starting to just eat the gap out to these two, but saying that though, Tower So Cool still got the slipstream, still got the DRS as well, which will be allowing him to just get that little bit closer here as they come down towards the hairpin. Freddie will surely park his car on the inside once again. Tower So Cool, look at that straight line speed. That is absolutely rapid there. Freddie, though, coming back at him into the braking zone, and he's going to squeeze back through there. So Tower So Cool has gone for a low downforce setup, and clearly through the hairpin, Freddie, with so much more confidence on the brakes, came back at him. Absolutely a peach of a move there from Freddie. Tower So Cool will get another dose of the DRS, but doesn't get a good exit out of the final corner, and that's going to allow Freddie to hold on to 4th place once again here. Great fight between these two, and look at that. You can see the speed of that Mercedes in a straight line going down towards turn 1. The closing speed he was getting, he's been mugged there by Harry Svetsky. So Harry Svetsky there saw that Tower So Cool had gone a little bit wide. Seizes on that beautifully, but you saw the straight line speed that the Mercedes had as they came towards the end of the start-finish straight. I reckon 400 or 500 more metres and Tower So Cool would have breezed past Freddie like he wasn't even there. But obviously, because the start finish straight isn't that long, the corner came just in time for Freddie. But Harry Svetsky now getting ahead of Tower So Cool up into P5, so now Harry can have a crack here at Freddie for 4th place. These guys now 3 seconds behind Brinky, who's running in 3rd place. And I'll tell you what, Nathan's made a mistake here because Brinky's now right on the back of him as they come out onto this little straight. So Brinky's now standing on the verge of maybe taking 2nd place from Nathan. Obviously Nathan on the hard tyres as well. You'd have thought Nathan would be getting a bit of a second win towards the medium runners here, but clearly not. He's done a good job in the first part of the race. Maybe he's he's obviously made a mistake, hasn't he? I mean, he's now starting to pull away a little bit from Brinky. The gap just over a second as they come out onto the back straight once again here. But Nathan here coming into the hairpin. Brinky keeping him on his toes right now. There's Freddie, who's still got Harry Svetsky and Tower So Cool on the back of him. Obviously, these three battling over 4th place at the moment. Harry Svetsky looking to try and distract Freddie a little bit in the mirrors here, as Nathan's got a 3-second time penalty there for track limits. Obviously, it's not the end of the world because he's got the strategic wild card over the likes of Brinky and Freddie and Harry as well. Always Harry there trying to get around the outside of Freddie. Freddie, though, standing his ground, gives him a bit of a nudge out wide. Bit of rubbings racing there between them. And Harry Svetsky there out wide, gets passed by Tower So Cool as well. Freddie there, with really, really aggressive, but holding on to P4 for the time being. Oops. I just realised when I pulled up the menu, my mic automatically muted. So I do apologise for that, guys. I might have not been talking for the last, I can't remember how long it's been, maybe a lap or two. But back on now. But yeah, whenever you load up the menu, when you're, well, basically on when you're not streaming and you load up the menu, it basically mutes your mic. So yeah, bit annoying that. Oh well. So Freddie having made a pit stops, come out behind Eilenberg, come out about 6 seconds ahead of Harry Svetsi. So Freddie's clearly had a better run of the pit stops than Harry Svetsi has. Eilenberg has been in for a stop, but it's been running on fresh mediums for the last 10 laps. Freddie here on the hard sweep around the outside there. Oh, in fact, he hasn't. Actually, Eilenberg's managed to get back ahead of him here as Nathan's into the pits now at the end of lap 14. So pitting at the halfway point here is Nathan, presumably going to put a set of mediums on and go to the end from here, you would have thought. So Nathan here coming out of the pits. Where's he going to filter out in terms of the positions? Oliver there moving up into P6. Nathan there back out onto the track, so he's come out. Oh, not far ahead of Freddie. Actually, you know what? Obviously, Eilenberg's still got to pit again, so he's not going to play too much of a factor in this battle. But yeah, Nathan was, well, he was a long way ahead of Freddie before. But obviously, in terms of who's net P2, I think it's probably Brinky. But this could be for third place here in this race, and Freddie's not far behind. But the thing is, Nathan's got the faster tyres, but are those tyres going to be worn out at the end of the race? They will be starting to feel the pace a little bit in the closing laps. Again, do apologise for my mic being on mute every now and then. I've got a terribly sore throat. And talking constantly means I'm having to clear my throat constantly, having to also go into a coughing fit like every 5 minutes or so. Nathan there's moved ahead of Oliver up into P6. But Oliver's trying to come back at him here with the DRS, and obviously that's going to be frustrating for Nathan because Oliver not really in a battle with him here in terms of the bigger picture. Look up the inside there into the hairpin, but Nathan actually managed to stay ahead. Oh, as Oliver there gives him a bit of a clout in the back there, which Nathan will not take kindly to. In the meantime, Rock's moved ahead of Vista up into P4. Tower's so cool here into the pits at the end of that 15. Tell you what, Freddie's going to fancy a bit of this here. Oliver into the pits. That allows Freddie up into P7, but yeah, Freddie currently can now try and close on the back of Nathan. Nathan on the faster tyres. Freddie, though, can push his tyres as hard as he likes. There's no risk of them wearing out. Nathan might have to tread carefully in the final couple of laps of this race. So Freddie can sort of push as hard as he likes and really start to put Nathan under a bit of pressure, potentially, if he's got the pace to do so. Vista here, I was on the back of Rock in a battle for a P3 still. These two continue to go at it. These two have both got to pit again. Vista hasn't pitted yet in this race. Ruck came in very early and put a set of mediums on, so no doubt he'll have to be in the pits again before we get to the end. Speed Slasher out the front, 17 seconds is his gap right now over Brinky, so he's continuing to do the business right now. He has done since the early stages of the race, really. It's not really been in doubt for a while from Speed Slash's side, as he comes into the pits here at the end of lap 16. So just 12 laps left to go here in this race. So he's going to put the hard tyre. No, I don't know. Nah, it's too early to put the softs on. That's not going to happen. He'll have to put the hards on. But he's made the mediums work for as long as he can. Obviously, the medium's a little bit quicker. Wow, okay, he has gone for the soft tyres. I mean, that is ballsy. I'm very surprised at that. Brinky coming into the pits here. So Speed Slasher's going to have to tiptoe round for the final 12 laps of this race, because those soft tyres will not be in great shape by the end, I can tell you that. Vista into the pits at the end of lap 16 as well. Brinky stops in the box. What is he putting on? He's putting on the hard tyres, so playing it safe, unlike Speed Slasher. Speed Slasher with the lead, nothing to lose. You'd have thought stick a set of hards on and get it to the end, man. But no, it's not the case. Vista's also put the soft tyres on, done the same as the race leader. You can kind of understand that from Vista's side. Less to lose. Nathan here on the back of Ruck in a battle for P2. Obviously Nathan on much fresher tyres. Ruck's still got a pit. He's not going to get to the end. He's not going to do 23 laps on a set of mediums. Well, I'm saying that. I wouldn't have thought that Speed Slash will be doing 12 laps on a set of softs, but would appear that he's going to at least give it a go. But Nathan has certainly been putting out the gap to Freddie since these two came out of the pits. On those faster tyres now, Nathan, compared to Freddie on the hards. Right there, going a little bit wide, coming through the stadium part. That empty stadium section always confuses the hell out of me. Here comes Nathan, down with the DRS, down the back straight here. He's going to surely make a move. He's going to be forced around the outside here as Ruck defends the inside line. But teammates, you'd have thought surely that Ruck would be giving way to Nathan at this point. But no, he's holding his ground and he's saying, I'm not going to be rolling over for my teammate in any way, shape or form. Nathan, though, getting a cut back there out of the hairpin into the final corner. Nathan there up into second place and Ruck going into the pits. So really could have made way there. I made it a little bit more easy for his teammate than he did. It's allowed Freddie to close up to almost within 2 seconds of Nathan now. But he should be all right, should Nathan here to bring it home in second place. Speed Slasher out the front has got over a 10-second gap over Nathan. Nathan with his penalty. So Freddie could be on for a P2 here in this race, as things stand at the moment. Has done well on the tyres and with the strategy here tonight as Freddie. Looks like it is right place, right time for Freddie here tonight. Tell you what, it's been very good driving here tonight in the Flat Out Racing League. There's been no safety cars. There's been not really any incidents of much. It's been really clean racing. It's been a real pleasure to watch so far. I've got to say, I'm very impressed with these guys because I think a lot of them are quite new to F1. I think a lot of them are also youngsters as well. So when you factor that in, they've all done a really good job here tonight. Nathan's got the gap at nearly 4 seconds now to Freddie, so he's looking like he's safe from being thwarted by that penalty which he's picked up for track limits, but he needs to make sure he doesn't get another one here, because Freddie will be in range if he does get another one. But obviously Nathan on those faster tyres, and as long as he can keep those medium tyres in their optimal window all the way to the end of the race, he should be okay for a second place. So Brinky about 2 seconds behind Harry Spezzi at the moment. Tawaso Cool a further 2 seconds back. So could be an interesting one to watch because Tawaso Cool on the faster tyres. But as we said before, the faster tyres could be the less favourable tyre by the end, with the tyre wear potentially playing a factor here. But he definitely lost time by staying out a couple of laps extra in the first stint. So maybe now we're going to see the payback in this final stint with the slightly fresher tyres. It's not going to make the world of difference, but it could make, I mean, fine margins, as we always say, or as I always say, could make the difference. Eilenberg, in the meantime, has moved up into P9 ahead of Oliver as they come on the exit of the hairpin. So that's job done there for Eilenberg. Both of these two with 3 second time penalties apiece. And Nathan's still extending the gap to Freddie bit by bit here. I tell you what, these three are concertinaing up. Harry Spezzi is being gained on by Brinky, and Brinky's losing time to Tawaso Cool, so they're all closing up on each other here. Only 2.3 separating these three guys. There was about 4 seconds between all of them about a couple of laps ago. So this is now shaping up to be an exciting battle in the closing stage of this Chinese Grand Prix here for the Flat Out Racing Formula One League. Just keeping an eye on the gap here between Nathan and Freddie. Freddie's just brought that gap down a little bit to Nathan. It was under 5 seconds for a moment just there. Vista's moved ahead of Ruck's moved ahead of Vista, should I say, up into P7 as they go down the end of that little straight. But look at this, Tawaso Cool with DRS on Brinky down the back straight, the long back straight. He's going to make that move up to P5. Into the hairpin we go. Tawaso Cool there. Excellent job there from him. Now he can try and chase after Harry Spezzi. So the medium tyre is definitely paying off now. Doing that first stint on the hards has certainly worked a treat here for Tawaso Cool. Now can try and nab P4 off of Harry Spezzi here. Freddie well clear at these three. He's currently 6 seconds up the road in P3, so he's played a blinder in terms of pitting at the right time. As Tawaso Cool trying to get around him here. Harry Spezzi holding his ground, but look at that, beautifully done there from Tawaso Cool. Swooping round the outside with the better traction from the medium tyres. Up into 4th place he goes. Harry Spezzi cannot do anything about it anymore, and it has to give up on that one there. As Brinky there trying to send one on the inside there. Harry Spezzi couldn't quite make it happen. He's going to try and hold himself there, but he's not going to be able to do so. Harry Spezzi there holding on to P5 for now, so doesn't lose 2 places, only lose 1 for the time being. Tawaso Cool there up into 4th place. Now can he try and chase down Freddie, who's 5 seconds up the road with 7.5 laps left. So he needs to gain about 7/10 a lap, does Tawaso Cool, if he's to have a chance of nabbing P3 at the end of this race. Freddie's dropping off of Nathan a little bit now, so looking like Nathan should be safe in that second spot, as long as his tyres don't come off towards the end of the race, which is possible on the medium tyres because he's got to go a fair way on them. Brinky in the meantime, we've got a 3 second time penalty there for track limits. He's trying to come back at Harry Spezzi here down the end of the back straight. He's going to look down the inside. Is he going to send one here? He's surely going to go for this one. Yes, he does. And Brinky there up into P5 once again, just lobbing over that curve a little bit there. As Harry Spezzi there, a little bit of a twitch there on the exit of the hairpin. But Brinky back up into P5 there with that one. Is Harry Spezzi going to have a chance to try and come back at him here down the start finish straight with the DRS? Here we go. Harry Spezzi to the outside. Brinky's going to park his car on the inside. It's going to be close here between them as he tries to get around the outside there. Harry Spezzi goes a little bit wide, and Brinky there's going to keep himself there on the inside and just ducks back in there into the position. Brinky back up into 5th place there. Good little dice between these two. It's allowing Tawaso Cool to disappear up the road. He's 2.5 seconds clear of these two, but Harry Spezzi couldn't come back at Brinky there. Nice driving there from Brinky, in all fairness. And good little battle between these two here. Keeping an eye on the gap between Freddie and Tower's so cool right now. Look at this, it's coming down quite quickly here. With 5 seconds, a couple of laps to go, it's now just over 3 seconds. So Tower's so cool, really making a gains here on these medium tyres. The question is, are those medium tyres going to hold up to the end? Freddie on the hard tyres, which he put on lap 14. So he'll easily be able to push them as hard as he likes and get them to the end. And probably some after that as well. Probably we'll have enough time for the journey home as well. Tell you, one driver who I'm massively impressed with tonight is Speed Slasher. He has just got off and got away at the starters and never looked back. 5 laps left to go here in this race. It's going to take something pretty catastrophic here for Speed Slasher to lose this lead. One interesting thing to note is that Nathan has picked up another penalty here, so currently got 6 seconds to his name. So if his tyres do start to go off, could allow Freddie to get within that magical 6 seconds there and have a chance at P2. I think Freddie's more worried about what's behind him than what's in front of him here, because he's got Tower So Cool currently just over 2 seconds now behind him. So Tower So Cool continuing, not just chipping away here. He is absolutely tearing after Freddie right now. But his tyres could go off at the end. We just don't know. Tower So Cool has done 8 laps on those medium tyres. Once you get about 10 laps into a medium stint, you do start to experience a little bit of performance drop-off. Freddie, though, did put his hard tyres off on 11 laps ago. He's done further on his hards than Tower So Cool has on his mediums, but the hards can go probably about 22 laps around this circuit, whereas the mediums, I reckon, probably 15, 16 laps. So, I mean, relatively, they're probably in a similar boat. I'd say that Tower So Cool is probably going to have more worn-out tyres by the end than Freddie will, but they're not in too much of a dissimilar position here. We'll get 1.6 at the moment between Freddie and Tower So Cool. 1.5 seconds as they come around the final corner. 4 laps left to go here at Shanghai for this Chinese Grand Prix here for the Flat Out Formula 1 League. It's still Speed Slasher leading the way by a long, long way, and he's got this race pretty much wrapped up here. It's a case of, can Nathan avoid getting any more penalties and keep the gap here to Freddie? And can Tower So Cool use his tyre advantage and get these medium tyres to the flag in good shape and maybe have a crack and try and overtake Freddie for the final podium place here? Gap just over a second here between these two. Tower So Cool might have a chance. He'll have DRS probably at the end of this lap. I'd say at the moment he's probably just a little bit too far ahead for Tower So Cool to be able to make a move, but on the next lap I reckon we're looking at a potential chance of a manoeuvre here. Here they come into the final sector. Tower So Cool's a little bit too far away at the moment. He'll have DRS that will allow him to get a little bit closer, but Freddie here with a good run through this section of the track and has got the gap at about 9/10 of a second right now. So he's looking a little bit better through this section. Oh, Freddie. Oh, he's got it all wrong there. And he's trying to weave around, trying to break the toe. And he misjudged, I think, where he's putting his car there, looking in his rearview mirrors. Caught watching his rearview mirrors a bit too much there. Tower So Cool getting close under braking, but he's too far away at the moment. But Freddie there, living dangerously, watching those rearview mirrors a little bit too much. Needs a good exit here, out onto the start-finish straight. And he's got it. He's got that exit that he needed. But Tower So Cool breathing down his neck. He won't be able to get him into turn 1, but he's going to get that a little bit closer here. And Freddie now needs to keep his cool here. He needs to stop looking in those mirrors. Needs to start just trying to eke out that gap through these sections of the track. Tower So Cool's done 10 laps on his medium tyres. They will be starting to feel the pace a little bit at this point. Freddie's will be starting to feel the pace after about 15 laps. He should be okay to the end of the race. He should be alright. Shouldn't be dropping off too much. Tower So Cool's tyres will be starting to go off a little bit at this point. Question is, can he maintain this pressure with the tyres hanging on a little bit here? Freddie needs to be aware of the fact that Tower So Cool's tyres aren't going to be in great shape at this point. And that could be his saving grace here in this race. Currently gap 0.6 of a second as they come into the final sector, just going up to 0.7 there. Freddie needs a perfect exit here. Oh, and Tower So Cool, bit of a twitch there. That's not what he needed at all. And that's going to just let Freddie off the hook a little bit here as they come out onto the back straight. Freddie almost a second ahead, 0.9 the gap again as they come out onto this long back straight. And this time keeps off of that grass and doesn't look in his rearview mirrors too much. Race leader Speed Slash is on the penultimate lap of the race. Freddie's going to hold on into the hairpin quite comfortably this time around. Tower So Cool again struggling with traction there. As they come into the final corner, Freddie needs a good exit. He got a good exit around this out his corner last time. This time around, he's got another good exit here. Tower So Cool with DRS down towards turn one. He's too far away. He's not going to make that one happen. And Freddie once again is going to hang on here in this battle for third place. Great battle here in the closing laps here at Shanghai. Harry Spetsy in the meantime has moved ahead of Ruck up into 6th place. Into turn one, that's job done there for him. Tower So Cool keeping himself close to the back of Freddie here. This is part of the track where Freddie seems to pull away most of the time. But are his tyres about to start degrading a little bit here? Freddie doing everything right in the final stint of this race. Really did well to find himself in third place. He was in a bit of a battle earlier on with the likes of Brinky, Harry Spetsy, and obviously Tower So Cool as well, but these two have definitely come up trumps compared to those other two in this battle for the podium places. Nathan Best of the rest, Speed Slasher in another league here tonight, but what can Freddie do here to keep Tower So Cool at bay? He needs another perfect run coming out onto the back straight. This time around, Tower So Cool is a little bit closer. The gap 7/8 coming out onto the back straight. Freddie weaving around, trying to break the toe. He needs to this time because he's not got that gap that he had on the previous laps. Here we go then, Tower So Cool closing into the hairpin. Look at the outside. Freddie trying to squeeze him off the line there as we see the Speed Slash of the race leader on the final lap of the race. Here we go then. This is for all the marbles now. Freddie needs another great exit coming out onto this start-finish straight. This time around, not so great. And I tell you what, he might need to just make a late defence here. He needs to make a late dart to the inside. He's gone too early, I think. As Tower So Cool looking to the inside and outside, should I say, can't make it happen. Freddie, for the time being, continues to hold on in this battle for third place. He's driven an absolutely fantastic closing few laps to this race, and he might be able to hold on for a podium place here. This will be a fantastic job from him if he can stay where he is right now. Speed Slash is still out the front with a 12-second gap over Nathan. I think those soft tyres are starting to fall off. That gap's coming down significantly, but he should be able to just coast it home and just limp around to finish this race in the race lead. Nathan there running in P2. Freddie is still clinging on by the skin of his teeth here from Tower So Cool. Through the middle sector on the final lap of the race here at Shanghai. Tower So Cool throwing the kitchen sink here at Freddie, giving it absolutely everything he's got. They're going to come out to this little straight here. Tower So Cool is going to try and keep himself close through this next sequence so he can use that DRS to his full advantage here. Freddie again parking his car on the inside of some of these straights, trying to just dissuade Tower So Cool from being able to make a move. Freddie needs some good traction again here. This time Tower So Cool is very, very close indeed. Tower So Cool though, bit of a twitch there coming out onto the back straight. It's very, very close indeed. And I tell you what, he might get this move done this time around. Freddie, I don't think he's going to have much of a defence. Oh, as he just swerves to the inside. Tower So Cool has to make the move on the grass there. And Freddie is going to dive back down the inside into the hairpin. Is he going to be able to come back at him here? Tower So Cool there a little bit wide. Bit of contact there between them. Who's going to come out on top of this one? Freddie with a slightly better exit coming down towards the final corner as Speed Slash has taken the win. Nathan second, but Freddie has managed to get the move back on Tower So Cool to the line. Who's going to get it? It's going to be Freddie. Freddie takes the podium place. What a battle there between those two. They laid it all on the line, and Freddie gets the third place with Tower So Cool over him fourth, Brinky fifth, with Harry Spetsy in sixth and Ruck seventh. Vista's going to come over the line to finish this one in eighth place in the end. Not too far ahead of Oliver, who's going to come around the final corner here to take a ninth place here in this one. And the last driver to finish will be Islandberg, who's just coming into the final corner now, and he will be in P10. MTM obviously didn't finish the race, but what a battle that was. Freddie there really did make his Ferrari as wide as he possibly could. He turned that turned that Ferrari into a combine harvester, and managed to hold on for third place there. Great fight there between those two, and congratulations to Speed Slasher. I've barely spoken about him tonight because he's just been in a dominant mode here tonight. But you've got to take your hat off to Speed Slasher. He absolutely wiped the floor with everybody else here tonight. Ran away with the win. In the end, 12 seconds of a gap over Nathan. Or it was the last time I looked. It ended up being 18 seconds. Oh, Nathan's penalty, of course. So, yeah, Speed Slasher taking a dominant win here tonight for the Chinese Grand Prix for the Flat Out Formula 1 League. Nathan second and Freddie third. That was so cool. Fourth ahead of Brinky P5 with Harry Svetsi sixth. Rock seventh and Vista eighth. Oliver over in ninth. Eilenberg taking a final point and MTF retiring from the race a long way out. But that is that, guys, for tonight's action here on the Motive Racing YouTube channel here for the Flat Out Formula 1 League. Did enjoy it, and obviously stick around for the rest of the racing here tonight. We're going to have the ACC GT3 Championship a little bit later on. Hopefully Motive Racing's Formula 1 League, if I was there for it at time of recording. I'm not sure if I'll be there on Friday, but if I am, that'll be showing now on Sunday after this. If not, we'll be going straight to the GT3 on ACC for the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series. But nonetheless, guys, thanks for watching, and yeah, we'll see you soon for whatever's next. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to the there, moving back ahead of Magpie Toon here, down the start finish straight up into 7th place, keeping an eye on the other gaps at the moment. Looks like nobody else is too close at the moment. Stiffmeister here is close, actually on the back of Oliver into turn 1. He makes that move there up into P10, beautifully done there from Stiffmeister. Can Oliver get the cut back here coming out of turn 2? Doesn't look like he's going to be able to at the moment, and he's going to hold on to that one for now then. But Oliver is looking to the inside here, trying to distract him in the mirrors a little bit. Stiffmeister's not taking that bait at all, and he's going to hold on to that one at the moment. Oliver obviously racing in the Red Bull in this purple sector Formula 1 season. As I said before, realistic car performance for this season, which is going to make a big difference. And obviously those who are relatively new to the game, who are still learning the game, are going to have a big advantage this season. So a big opportunity for guys to get a bit more confidence in their ability, obviously, albeit with a small advantage, but nonetheless, sometimes you need a good car to improve your driving skills. But Nathan here on the back of Beaton Ultra as they're coming through the middle sector. Oh, Nathan's got a bit of understeer here. Has he got damage? He must have damage, surely. Yeah, front left end plate there has come off that front wing. So Nathan there struggling at the moment. Tezza here is on the back of Vista as well in his battle for 2nd place. But these guys really struggling in these wet conditions in the early stages. It's really a struggle at the moment from what we can see out there so far. But Justify having absolutely no struggles so far. He's got over a 2-second gap over Vista at this point. Nathan into the pits here at the end of lap 3. As in he comes into the box. There he goes. And he should be off and away in just a second. There we go. Off and away now. Off he goes. Yep. Rexy Boy trying to hassle the back here of Nelly Regit as these two are battling over P14 at this point. These two a little way down the order, not having the best of start to this race obviously, but they're both running in the Aston Martin, which is probably not the ideal car for this season because it's one of those also ran it's like about 5th fastest I'd say overall last season, maybe 4th fastest at times, but Alonso really did drag everything out of it last season. But yeah, these two currently running in P14 and 15 are unable to really make too much of an impression on the leaders at this point. Matty Pitt here on the back of Mr. Johan in the battle for P11 and 12. Matty Pitt said to me earlier on how he's expecting to struggle this season in the Williams. Not the worst car on the grid, but certainly not the best either. Sorry about that, everybody. We are back here at Albert Park with the action. Obviously, you were watching it, but we weren't currently narrating it, as I just had to quickly jump on a phone call. But I've got Brinky here currently on the back of Truckee as they're coming down towards turn 3, and Brinky, I think, just did actually get passed by Truckee a few moments ago, so Truckee's now up into P5. You can see there you got Magpie 2 and Street Boy. Stiffmeister pretty close on the back of this train at the moment. You also got Mr. Johan trying to pressure the back of Matty Pitt as well for P11 and 12. So Matty Pitt didn't actually get ahead of Mr. Johan a couple of laps ago. Tezza Muzzo in the meantime moved ahead of Vista up into P2, and in fact Vista's lost out 2 places here. Vita and Ultra following him through as well. So the 2 teammates in the upper tower, Tezza Muzzo and Vita and Ultra, the championship contenders of last season, running in second and third, and Vita and Ultra managing to get the move done on Tezza there, but Tezza's not done. He's looking to come back around the outside there. These two all the way through this corner side by side. Tezza there cutting the inside of the corner, and V10's going to get him on the exit, and V10 back up into second place. Tezza losing out to Vista as well. Vista now attacking at the back of V10. V10 around the outside he goes. Is he going to get this one done? He's going to try and keep it around the outside. No, V10 Ultra manages to outbreak him there. A little bit wide on the exit though. Can Vista get the cut back here? They're still side by side, and V10 Ultra has got Vista really hassling him. Oh, and Vista spun it. Vista there tagging him in the rear and loses part of his front. He's lost the entire front wing. We've got a safety car. The safety car's been deployed. I reckon they could have easily just recovered that under virtual, but for some reason the full safety car's been deployed. Tezza was in the right place at the right time there, just coming through the penultimate corner as the safety car was called out. He came into the pits. So does V10 Ultra, so does Street Boy, so does pretty much everybody here, barring Oliver. The race leader Justify had already gone past the pit lane at the time that the safety car was deployed. So it's actually Magpie 2 and Street Boy and Oliver who elected not to come in. Justify had no choice. He was already past the point of no return. But V10 is coming out leading the pack here of drivers who have been into the pits. Tezza's lost a few places here. He's been held up in the queue a little bit, and it's down in P9. But V10 Ultra there leading the drivers of those who have pitted at this point. And you can see there, obviously he'll be joining the safety car queue, but he's a couple of seconds clear of Truckee there in 6th place. Brinky, Stiffmeister, Tezza. Let's check what tyres these guys are on. I think it's probably the wet still, I would have thought. Oh, Inters now, okay. So we've seen, some of them started on the Inters as well. Okay, I mean, to be fair, it's not too rainy. I suppose the Inters do work in these sorts of conditions. It's not really, there's no real major aquaplaning or anything like that. It's a damp surface. There's a fair bit of rain, so I would have thought maybe they might have started on the wets, but apparently that's not the case. Sorry, sorry guys, just had to go into a coughing fit there.
What happened?
There we go then, confirmation. Safety cars coming in this time around. So obviously the top 3 are on slightly worn out tyres compared to the rest of the pack. That will make a difference. 5 laps, obviously with racing speeds. That will definitely be a bit of an advantage for the guys behind. And obviously, you've got to remember that V10 Ultra is a driver who's got a lot of pace, so I imagine he'll be wanting to cut his way through these three as quickly as he possibly can. He's got a bit of a jump here on his teammate Tezza, who's in 8th place, so he's got a bit more traffic to work his way through. And obviously these guys no slouch, especially Brinky, who we know is going to be putting up a stiff test for anybody who comes up behind him. But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. Oh, no. Brinky, what has happened there? What's going on there, son? What is going on there? Come on. Who did that? Was that him, or was it somebody crashing into him? What is happening there? That is ridiculous. Oh, safety car's coming in, so Brinky is going to be a little bit exposed here, but Magpie 2 coming out the final corner. We're back underway again here at Albert Park for this Australian Grand Prix here at the Purple Sector Formula 1 League. And Magpie 2 coming into turn 1. Street Boy Oliver as V10 Ultra already sizing up his first victim in the shape of Oliver. Down the inside he goes into turn 1, and that's job done there for V10 Ultra. Stiffmeister there moving ahead of Truckee as well, up into 5th place on the exit of turn 2, but Truckee's going to try and keep himself there. Has got good momentum there coming out to the straight. Oh no, handbags there as Tezza there coming together with Stiffmeister. Those two in the wars. Nathan's got ahead of Truckee, Truckee managing to keep alongside him momentarily there, but Nathan's got the move done. Tezza there's lost out to Matty Pitt. Tezza's dropping down the order as well. What's happened to him? But obviously he had that collision with Stiffmeister. He had an additional contact there with a Matty as well. But Tezza there in 7th place, Stiffmeister 8th, and Matty Pitt down to 9th place now as well. So he's had a bit of a struggle just there. Absolute chaos here. But Magpie 2 out the front has got just under a second here to Street Boy. V10 Ultra up into 3rd place after moving himself straight up in front of Oliver, who was running in 3rd place on the restart. Oliver trying to keep himself close to V10 actually in that Red Bull of his. He's got Nathan to cut about a second behind him there in P5 ahead of Truckee. Oh, Truckee very wide there onto the gravel on the exit of the chicane. He keeps on to P6, but he's going to have Tezza breathing down his neck in a second. Tezza getting closer and closer, but not close enough there to be able to make a move at the moment. Justifies moved ahead of Stiffmeister there up into P9. As down the inside he goes into that next corner there. Mr. Johans moved into the points paying positions there, up into P10. Stiffmeister's dropping down the order here behind Vista as well. So Vista now up into 11th place. Stiffmeister's got no front wing. That'll be why he's stopping places there. So Stiffmeister coming into the pits here at the end of lap 8. Mr. Johan also in the pits, so is Nathan. Lots of drivers coming in here at the end of lap 8. So I wonder if there's going to be some tyre changes going on here. They're all just putting new inters on, so obviously there was a bit of a melee, I think, involving some of the drivers there, which has caused them to have to fix damage and obviously put a fresh set of tyres on while they're at it. Might as well. Magpie 2 leads the race. Street Boy coming under the pressure here from V10 Ultra. V10 obviously a bit of a jump on his rivals for the win here tonight. Unless we have another safety car, I can't see this one slipping past him here this evening. He's all over the back of Street Boy as they come through this flat out section through the middle part of the lap. On board with V10 Ultra as he's looking to the inside. Down the end of this long sweeping section, but he's not close enough at the moment, and Street Boy is going to hold on to that one. These two well within a second now of Magpie 2, who is your race leader. So this is now a three-way battle here for the lead. V10 Ultra looking left and right, trying to find a way through here on Street Boy, but still can't find a way around him at the moment. Street Boy there onto the grass a little bit and gets a horrible run there coming through that corner, and V10 Ultra is going to seize on that without any questions asked. Up into 2nd place, easy pickings there for him. He can now focus on Magpie 2 just up ahead of him there. So lovely move there from V10 Ultra, and now we can challenge for the race lead momentarily, you would have thought. So they're coming out the final corner here to complete lap line of the race. Jumping aboard there with V10 Ultra into turn 1 once again. No DRS obviously, but he's managing to get this beautiful traction there out of the corners on his fresher tyres. 5-lap fresher, intermediate tyres there for V10 Ultra. He gets it done with ease, but Magpie 2 is not done. He's going to send one down the inside. Can he get it stopped? He does get it stopped. That was a superb comeback there from Magpie 2, and V10 Ultra couldn't get a cutback there. He's done that absolutely brilliantly there as Magpie 2. V10 Ultra is going to have to do it all over again now. He's got a lovely exit through that section, but again Magpie 2 just parking his car in the right places, allowing absolutely no gaps to form here. great racing here between these two, and Magpie Tomb for the time being clings onto that one. V10 Ultra is now going to look down this long sweeping flat out section here to try and make this manoeuvre, but I don't think he's going to get a chance to do so because he's not going to get enough of a slipstream to pull out to get any move done, as Nathan has got to just put out a safety car. He's crashed out of the race here. Nathan out of the race on lap 10. That's the second safety car we've had here tonight. This race is in danger of being consumed by these safety cars here. Street Boy with a 5-second penalty there for a collision with V10 Ultra. Now, what sort of collision was that? Is there any damage? I imagine it would most likely be on the Ferrari if there was. And yeah, that's missing a front wing. So Street Boy there gets a 5-second penalty just to add insult to the injury, which he'd already suffered there for losing his front wing. And ultimately, he's going to have to, he'll probably just get 5 seconds as it on, because now he'll be coming into the pits now. So we see a few drivers coming into the pits actually. V10 Ultra, Oliver, Street Boy, Matty Pitt, Mr. Johan, all coming into the pits at the end of lap 9, and lap 10 should I say. Here we are then, guys. Safety car coming in at this lap here for the opening round of the Purple Sector Formula 1 League. Obviously, we've had 2 safety cars here so far tonight. Hopefully, that's the last of them. As we come out the final corner here with 8 laps left to go here at Albert Park, it's Magpie Toon leading us away ahead of Justify in second place. Vista there in third with Nelly Regit and Rexy Boy there running behind them, completing the top 5. You've got Oliver there ahead of Matty Pitt, Vita Ultra, Mr. Johan and Brinky completing the top 10. Street Boy in 11th, followed by Truckee, Stiffmeister, Tezamaza and Islandberg there in P15. The whole pack on intermediate tyres. And Magpie Toon, the one who's gone furthest on them. 12 laps so far, still yet to pit in this race as he's trying to squeeze Justify to the outside there. Justify tried to go around the outside there. Justify was on pole position in the qualifying session, the dry qualifying session, and finds himself in P2 now, right behind the leader as we're coming through the first sector here, towards the end of the first sector here on lap 13 of 20 for this race. As Vista here trying to keep on the back of these as well. You can see him clinging right to the coattails of these two. Now you're Regit, Rexy Boy, Oliver there ahead of Matty Pitt, Vita Ultra there in 8th place, was a bit of a contender earlier on for the win. Tezza as well running in 14th place now. It's been an absolute disaster here for the Alpha Tauri boys here tonight. But I tell you what, Justify really bringing it here to Magpie Toon and Vista as well. This is now a 305 for the lead. This is well and truly on here as Tezza's moved ahead of Stiffmeister up into 13th place. Street Boys also moved ahead of Brinky up into P10 as well. So a couple of position changes going on there. Truckee now looking to try and move ahead of Brinky here on the exit of the chicane, and he's done that one. Truckee up into 11th place there. Job done for him. Magpie Toon is got just under a second now to Justify, so he's pulled out a bit of a gap here through the middle sector, looking like he's still got a bit of maybe some new tricks to show in those old tyres at this point. He's still pulling it out at the moment. You've got Vista there now just starting to fall off of the top 2 a little bit as well. It's now Regit's gaining on these 3 bit by bit here. He's now within 2 seconds of the leaders as they're coming over the line here to complete lap 13. As I know Regit, they're putting out the slipstream, trying to get a clear view of the circuit in front of him. Beaten Ultra looking down the inside of Matty Pitt into turn 1, too far back just at the moment. Mr. Johan watching and waiting in the background here. Big cluster of cars here as Justify looking around the outside of Magpie Toon, trying to make the move there into turn 3. He's going to have the inside for this next corner, but it's a quick corner. It's you don't really brake through that corner. It's more of a bit of a lift through that corner. I was saying that in the wet, it might be a bit different, but Justify for the time being still can't make this move on Magpie Toon. Vista still waiting in the wings here, waiting to pounce like a silent assassin at the moment. But Justify here is going to try and capitalise on Magpie Toon, maybe running a bit wide in one of these corners potentially, but at the moment Magpie Toon's not giving him anything to go on, and 0.2 of a second separating these two. Justify in the slipstream. Looks like his straight line speed isn't quite where he would want it to be here. Magpie Toon definitely got the quicker car around the straights, and Justify unable to make anything happen at just the moment as we've got Matty Pitt there moving ahead of Oliver up into P6 as they come to the end of this straight there. You've got Vita Ultra also getting around Oliver there, so both of them making moves there as Vita Ultra now looking to try and get ahead of Matty Pitt as well as he creeps closer to the back of him, but still not close enough at the moment to go for a move. Mr. Johan there moving ahead of Oliver up into 8th place as well here, so plenty going on at this point. But here we come then, over the line to complete lap 14 of the race. 6 to go here. Oh, and Oliver's out of the race. Oliver's out of the race. He's crashed out there, out of the final corner. And we're down to 14 runners here. We started with 17, let's not forget. And looks like we're going to do it under double waved yellow flags as Justify looking close on the back of Magpie Toon. Matty Pitt in the meantime has moved down. Now Regit up into 5th place there. And now Regit, they're getting out of it massively. Vita Ultra around the outside. Oh, and now Regit taps Vita Ultra in the rear there, going through turn 3. No harm though, no harm done at the moment, and it's still all fair between them. Beat and Ultra here attacking now on the back of Matty Pitt as well as Justify and Magpie Toon were side by side for a second there, but Justify's made the move at the end of the first sector, so Justify hits the front here on lap 15 of the race with 5.5 laps left to go. Can he hold on to it now? Matty Pitt's moved ahead of Beat and Ultra again, so these two swapping places left, right and centre at the moment. Beat and Ultra keeping himself close here. Matty Pitt now looking to try and attack on the back of Rexy Boy as well as they're coming down towards the end of this straight. Is he going to have a chance here into this little left-right sort of chicane thing? He's going to try and keep himself there, and Matty Pitt does it. Absolutely brilliant stuff there from Matty Pitt. Around the outside he went up into 4th place. Now Vita Ultra will look to try and knock Rexy Boy while he's down here through this next sequence into the final sector of the lap here. Looks to duck down the inside here. He's going to go for it there, does Vita Ultra, and he gets it done with a beautiful move, but he can't complete it because he didn't get a great exit out of the corner. And in fact, no, he does. Sorry, he does get it done actually up into P5. It's a brilliant move there from him. As Rexy Boy a bit deep through that next section, and he's lost a bit of time there. As Trucky there has lost out to Tezza as well. Tezza up into P9, and we've got Haas into the pits there, diving into the pit lane. That is Mr. Johan there coming in. But Tezza up 3 places in all of that. Street Boy now looking to move ahead of Tezza down the start-finish straight. Incredible racing here from Street Boy as he mugs everybody there into turn 1. Oh, it's the McLaren there, loses it. Trucky there getting it out of shape in the background there. Stiffmeister there behind Street Boy and Tezza. You got Islandberg there slotting in ahead of Brinky, should I say, but Trucky has dropped down to 13th place in all this one. Tezza's now lost out to Islandberg and Stiffmeister as they're coming through turn 3. Unbelievable racing here. Stiffmeister's moved ahead of Islandberg as well. Tezza back ahead of Islandberg round the outside of turn 4 he goes as we watch on board with Brinky there, but Tezza with a comeback move there on Islandberg. Stiffmeister now running in 9th place, and Street Boy is just a bit up the road here in 8th place. Brinky there up into P11 here ahead of Islandberg as well, so Islandberg's lost 2 places there in the space of a couple of corners. Vista there moving ahead of Magpie Toon as well into 2nd place as they come towards the end of, well, they're at the end of that straight through the left-right chicane thing. On board with Beaton Ultra, he's trying to keep closer to these guys, but Magpie 2 looking down the inside of the wrist, too far back at the moment. Got Tezza Muzzer there moving ahead of Stiffmeister up into P9. That's job done there for Tezza. And Beaton Ultra's got back ahead of Matty Pitt, and Matty Pitt's not done. He's got a beautiful exit there as Matty Pitt and moves himself back up into 4th place there. Street Boy in the meantime has moved ahead of Manuel Regit up into 7th place as well. Matty Pitt there moving ahead of Magpie Toon down the start finish straight, but Magpie Toon looking back to the inside there into turn 1, a little bit too far away just there at the moment. Closing laps here of the opening round of the Purple Sector Formula 1 League here. The realistic car performance season here. And Beaton Ultra's moved out of Magpie Toon up into 4th place, but Magpie Toon's coming back at him here down this long straight, and he's going to make his move back up into 4th place there. As we've got Matty Pitt now challenging on the back of Vista. Matty Pitt has driven an absolutely cracking final stint here and could move himself up into P2. Maybe he might have the minerals to chase after Justify, who leads this race, but he's going to have a challenge, I'm sure, from V10, who's behind him on the track a little bit, and also Magpie Toon as well. Oh, as Vista there goes wide, that's going to allow Matty Pitt up into P2 without any trouble. Oh, no, as V10 into the wall. Yeah, I think that was a reaction to what's going on in front of him there. V10 dropping down the order. He's down to P12, and that's his race pretty much done here. I think his chance of some points out of the window. Matty Pitt in the meantime now in 2nd place. He's only got a 3-second gap to Justify. Can he chase after him in these final 3 laps? He'd have to do a second lap on him and still make a move as well. That might be a bit too much for him. V10 down to P14 after that spin which we saw him put it in the wall. Rexy Boy and Street Boy still all over the back of Vista here in a battle for 4th place. 3-way battle here as they go into turn 3 at the moment. Beaton Ultra with a 5-second penalty for speeding in the pits to get that damage fixed, and he's retired from the race. Can't say I blame him there. That's just a kick in the teeth at that point. Oh, Street Boy getting a bit wide onto the grass there. Living dangerously. Brinky in the meantime lost a bit of time there to Nelly Regit coming to that section. I think he tagged the wall, and Stiffmeister there seizes on that without any hesitation there. Stiffmeister up into P9, getting ahead of Brinky. Tezza still here trying to challenge on the back of Street Boy. Street Boy's right with Rexy Boy as well. These 3 battling it out over P5 at the moment. Tezza here looking over the back of Street Boy into the penultimate corner. Massive bit of oversteer there from Tezza. Street Boy here trying to make inroads here on Rexy Boy as well. Stiffmeister's moved out of Nelly Regit up into P8 as they're coming to the final corner. Oh, he gets it wrong though. Nelly Regit there getting it wrong on the exit at the final corner, and he's just out to Brinky and Islandberg. Gets it away from the wall and gets it going again. He's well ahead of Truckee. But running in P11 right now, he might have faced a bit of a challenge here from Truckee and Mr. Johan on the final lap of the race here as well. Or sorry, on the penultimate lap of the race, should I say. Still, best part of 2 laps to go here in this race. Justify coming towards the end of the first sector here on lap 19 of 20. You got Street Boy here still pressuring the back of Rexy Boy. So is Tezza as well. Tezza, for all of his difficulties in this race, could still be in with a chance of a top 5 spot here. They're saying that with the penalties, he probably isn't. He's got 3 seconds worth of penalties, so he will, even if he gets up ahead of these two, he won't be able to finish ahead of them. So he will be P7 at best here, will Tezza, as things stand here in this race. Justify's got the win pretty much in the bag. Matty Pitt and Magpie Toon both with 3 second penalties. Magpie Toon, as it stands, will lose out on a podium place here to Vista. And Street Boy there, getting passed by Tezza. Tezza up into P6. Now Tezza can look to try and attack here on Rexy Boy. This is just for pride though at this point, because he's not going to get the position once we get to the end unless one of these two or both of them gets a penalty on the final lap of the race. I think it's unlikely that both of them will. The chances of one of them getting a penalty is about, well, probably about 1 in 20. Seeing as we're on the 20th lap and neither of them have picked up a penalty so far. But nonetheless, Tezza looking to the inside here into turn 1. Is he going to make that move? Rexy Boy trying to keep it around the outside. Tezza does get that move done though on the exit of the corner up into P5. Now Street Boy looking to try and capitalise on Rexy Boy's slow exit coming out of turn 2. He's got ahead of him here into turn 3. Street Boy up into P6. Can't get a move on Tezza though. Tezza holds on for P5. As we see Mr. Johan dropping behind Nelly Regit. Nelly Regit up into P12. Brinky there moving ahead of Stiffmeister as well on this final lap up into 8th place. Justify's got about half a lap left to go here in this race. Brinky there's lost out to Stiffmeister and Eilenberg now. There's Nelly Regit there dropping back behind Mr. Johan. He's actually had a bit of a mare there. In fact, no. What's going on there with these two? Yeah, he is behind him. So Mr. Johan is running in 12th place now in this race. So Tezza now running in P5 on this final lap, but he's got a 3 second penalty. So this is a battle between Street Boy and Rexy Boy for a top 5 spot here. But we've got to jump to Justify because he's coming to the final couple of corners here in this Australian Grand Prix here at Purple Sector in the realistic car performance season. He's coming out of the final corner here for the final season of F1 23 to kick things off with a bang here. It's Justify up towards the line in the McLaren. Is going to take the win here at Albert Park with a really, really well-deserved win. Took pole and the win. And yeah, faultless from him. Matty Pitt second, Magpie over to complete the podium. In fact, no, Vista gets it on a penalty, so Vista third, Magpie Toon fourth. Tezza over in P5, in fact, no, loses it on a penalty. Street Boy and Rexy Boy 5th and 6th, with Tezza 7th, Stiffmeister 8th. Eilenberg over in 9th place ahead of Brinky, who completes the points paying positions there in P10. Next over the line will be Truckee, who's just coming out of the final corner now to take P11, although he'll lose that on a penalty, so it'll be P11 for Mr. Johan. P12 for Truckee and Nelly Regit there, the last driver to finish the race in 13th place. The other 4 who started the race retired. We have 17 started the race, 13 made it to the end. But that is that, ladies and gentlemen, for tonight's action here in the Purple Sector F1 League. For now anyway, because we have got the Thursday night's coverage coming up after this. Obviously, at the time of recording, it's currently Tuesday night, but we'll also be recording Thursday night's action and we'll be streaming that on Sunday as part of the Motive Racing Super Sunday special. We'll have the Flat Out F1 League. We've had this Tuesday night's action from the Purple Sector F1 League, and after this we'll have the Thursday night's action, and then after that we'll have the Motive Racing Formula 1 League from Friday. And obviously we stream the GT3 Championship on a Assetto Corsa Competizione across the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series live. That's at 8 PM tonight, UK time. That is live. Everything else is recorded. So all the F1 leagues are recorded, but that will be live and uninterrupted at 8 PM tonight if you guys are interested in tuning in for that as it happens. But anyway, thanks ever so much, guys, for checking this out. And yeah, stick around because it'll be about a couple of minutes and we'll probably have Thursday night's coverage coming on. If not immediately after, then in a couple of minutes' time. So yeah, stick around for that and we'll see you very soon.
Love the touch but never love the feeling.
Here we are, ladies and gentlemen, back again here for the Purple Sector Formula One League. This time, Thursday night's action. Obviously, you're watching this on Sunday night, but this recorded on Thursday, and we are moments away from the start here of the Spanish Grand Prix, round 2 of the Realistic Performance season. I don't know if it's counting towards the official Purple Sector F1 League season, so I hesitate to call it season 10, but nonetheless, the lights coming on the head of the grid. We're about to go racing here for the Spanish Grand Prix here at Circuit de Catalunya, and it's lights out and away we go. And looks as though Justify gets a reasonably good start there from pole position, although Vista's looking to the inside here, coming down towards turn 1. Is he going to have a chance to send it on the brakes here? No, he's not going to, as Vita and Ultra there on the inside of Brinky. You got Nathan there, who's just ahead of Ruck, and Oliver dropping down the order a couple of places there, down to 9th place. Magpie 2 and Street Boy have got ahead of Oliver as well, so Oliver losing places behind Tezza Mazda now, as well as Matty Pitt. Matty Pitt attacking on the back of Tezza Mazda here, coming down towards turn 4, but currently Ruck there moving ahead of Nathan as well, up into 5th place. So a few position changes here on this opening lap. No major dramas so far. Matty Pitt's moved that is momentarily moved ahead of Tezza Mazda there, but Tezza's got the inside for the next corner and seems to have that one at the moment. And Matty Pitt there losing a place to Stiffmeister. Stiffmeister gets down the inside there into 10th place there as well. So Stiffmeister doing a good job here in the opening stages here of this race, getting himself into the points paying positions as things stand. Justify in the meantime out the front has got a gap of just over a second at the moment over Vista. So Justify starting to build out that gap a little bit. Justify obviously had a great showing on Albert Park on Tuesday, and we'll be hoping to continue that off. Obviously took the win in the race at in Australia, so he'll be looking to continue on that fantastic form, and obviously driving the McLaren, pretty decent driver as well, so he's kind of won the lottery in that sense. You've got Vita and Ultra here on the back of Vista as they're coming down towards turn 1, a little bit too far away as they come into the corner. Brinky there in 4th. There's Rock ahead of Nathan with Magpie 2 and Street Boy, Tezza Mazda and Stiffmeister completing the top 10. Then you've got Matty Pitt ahead of Oliver, followed by T, Mark, Eilenberg with Nelly Regit, Rexy Boy and Nino Blanco at the back. And no dramas. No one's lost it, no one's stacked it, and no one's dropped off at the back of the pack yet. It's still 18 drivers pretty much nose to tail, aside from T, who's just over a second behind Oliver running in 12. As we see Magpie 2 there has gone back down the inside of Street Boy. Street Boy had got ahead of him for a second, but Magpie 2 gets that move back down again up into P7. Nino Blanco in the meantime has moved ahead of Rexy Boy up into 17th place as well. I can now try and chase down Nelly Regit, who's running just ahead of him in P16 here in this race. Nelly Regit also close on the back of Eilenberg as well, though. But let's cut to Tezza Mazda here as he's close on the back of Street Boy, coming down towards the end of the little straight, down towards turn 9, getting close under braking, but a little bit too far away just at the moment to do anything there. You've got Nelly Regit there moving ahead of Eilenberg now, up into 15th place. Also, Nelly Regit losing out to to Nino Blanco there as well, although Nino Blanco can't complete the move. He's around the outside through the next sequence, and Nino Blanco does get that move done actually up into P16. Nicely done there from him. Now he Regit there down 2 places in that moment there. There's Nathan there moving ahead of Rock into 5th place there into turn 1 as well. So lots going on here in the opening few laps of this Spanish Grand Prix here for the Purple Sector Formula 1 League. As Nelly Regit back ahead of Nino Blanco into turn 1, made the move down the straight into turn 1. Excellent stuff there from Nelly Regit. Street Boy here still attacking on the back of Magpie 2 in this battle for 7th place. You've got Tezza Mazda there in 9th, just behind them at the moment as well. Plenty of action in the opening stages here of this Grand Prix here tonight in Spain. We've got Justify just over a second ahead of Vista at the moment. You've got Vita and Ultra really attacking on the back of Vista at the moment as they're coming down towards the end of the straight. He's going to look to pile the pressure on as quickly as he possibly can here. Obviously, he knows the threat of Justify breaking away if he doesn't dispatch Vista as soon as possible. Saying that Vista's keeping himself within DRS range of Justify at the moment. If he can continue to do that, then he could be a factor here in this fight. Rock here is on the back of Nathan here in this battle for P5. Head of Magpie 2 and Street Boy. There's Tezza, Stiffmeister, Matty Pitt, Oliver T, Mark, Eilenberg, and there's Nelly Regit, Nino Blanco and Rexy Boy there. As Vista getting closer and closer to the back of Justify under braking, but a little bit too far away just there, and has to hold position for the time being. Tezza in the meantime has moved out of Street Boy, although Street Boy, Tezza swoops around the outside there to Street Boy up into P8. You've got the Mark there moving ahead of T as well up into 13th place. Stiffmeister there moving ahead of Street Boy. Street Boy's lost a couple of places here. He's dropped behind Matty Pitt as well, so Street Boy losing 2 places there in the first sector here on lap 4 of the race. So Street Boy getting into a bit of a rot there, needs to try and keep his head above water at the moment. He's got Oliver trying to attack on the back of him here as well for 11th place at this point in the race. There goes Island here, looking to the inside on T, a little bit too far away going into turn 9 just at the moment. That's the whole position. Vista and V10 Ultra are very close. I'll tell you what, V10 Ultra's going to have a great chance here in the slipstream. And that's right on board there with Vista. You can see the rear wing cam there, watching V10 Ultra getting closer and closer and closer. Here he goes then. V10 Ultra looking to the inside, in towards turn 1. They're side by side. He's made the move there well before the corner. V10 Ultra up into 2nd place. Ruck also has moved ahead of Nathan up into 5th as well. So a couple of position changes there in a space of a couple hundred metres. You've got Street Boy there, who's still got Oliver behind him as well in the battle for set for 11th place. So no changes there in that one. But V10 Ultra now into 2nd place, can now start to try and chase down Justify. He's already within a second of him, so this could be a move that Justify, or rather V10, will be looking to make pretty soon here in this one. Tezza in the meantime is all side by side here with Magpie Toon, and Tezza there swoops around the outside of Magpie Toon there up into P7, beautifully done there from Tezza Muzzer into turn 6, and up into P7 he goes. He's a few places behind his teammate V10 who's out the front in 2nd place, right behind the race leader Justify. Big battle here for the lead. V10 Ultra well within a second here as they approach the DRS zone once again here. He's too far back, I think, to make a move into turn 1, but this will just bring him that little bit closer here and continue to put the pressure on the back of Justify. Here we go, closing speed. On board with V10, look at that. Oh my gosh, the DRS is so OP around this circuit. V10 Ultra makes the move for the lead. He was 0.7 of a second behind him coming out of the final corner. That just goes to show how overpowered the rear wing is around this circuit. Either that or he's got a low downforce setup compared to the others. But V10 Ultra absolutely flew past the race leader there. Obviously, he's the only driver who's not in a train of DRS behind a load of other cars here. He only had one driver in front of him who didn't have DRS, obviously, because Justify couldn't have DRS than anybody. He's the race leader. There's Ruck there, looking to try and get around the outside of Nathan here for P5. Getting a decent exit there. Is he going to have a chance to make this move? You would think probably. And there we go, Ruck getting around the outside of Nathan for P5 there. Now Tezza looking to try and get on both of these two. Here we come down the little back straight. But Nathan here now looking to the inside of Ruck into the turn 9. Is he going to make this move? He's looking down the inside, and I think that's job done, is it? No, Ruck's still keeping himself there. Great racing there from Ruck as we go back to the leaders here, because Justify and V10 Ultra are very, very close indeed. Tezza there making the move on Nathan up into P6, but he's going to give DRS away, saying that he'll have DRS on Ruck, he should be okay. Here goes V10 Ultra then for the lead of the race again. As down the straight he goes, he's taking the lead back off of Justify. Justify made the move back on him on that previous lap, but V10's now got it back again. Vista there moving up into 2nd place as well. Justify down 2 places there into turn 1. Justify dropping backwards here at this stage in the race. Tez has moved ahead of Ruck now as Magpie Toon also dropping down the order. Magpie Toon's gone straight on over the first corner, and he's dropped 3 places there. Magpie Toon down to 11th place. Ruck's also lost a couple of places as well, so those two have obviously coming together. It's allowed Tez up into P5 ahead of Nathan here, as you see a load of cars packed into a short space. Ruck there and Matty Pitt side by side here through turn 4, and Matty Pitt is going to try and hold it around the outside. Ruck's got the inside for this next corner, keeping himself there, holding his ground nicely on the medium tyres. Matty Pitt on the softs. But Matty Pitt there getting a better exit out of that sequence, and up into P8 he goes. Great battle there between those two. And oh no! Oh, Vista's gone into the wall, and that's damage. He's out of the race. That's a safety car out. He binned it on the exit of turn 8, put it into the barriers, and I don't know whether that was brought on by a collision with somebody else or whether that was just completely by himself. But Vista out of the race, safety car deployed. Got to say, that's a worthy safety car. I think there was no other option there. But that will mean that he'll have to come into the pits. That will mean that everybody probably gets a free pit stop now. Well, no, he's not going to come into the pits because he's retired from the race. Well, he will, but he won't be coming back out on the track. But V10, Justify, Brinky, Tezza, Nathan, Stiffmeister, Matty Pitt, Ruck, all in the pits. So is Street Boy, Oliver, Magpie Toon, the Mark staying out. Okay, roll of the dice there from Mark. Is he going to gain any places though? That's the question. T. Islandberg, Nino Blanco, Rexy Boy, Nelia Regit all in. A V10 Ultra now off and away. Mark there takes the lead. So in a skip the because he's got track position, but he's going to have a lot of drivers behind him on faster tyres, saying that if we have another safety car, then Mark could really benefit from this. So he could be rubbing his hands together at that decision to stay out. We're going to have to keep our eyes very closely on this and see how it develops. But yeah, he could have really been onto a winner here if he can continue what he's doing at the moment. Long way to go here, but if he can get his elbows out and make his car as wide as possible, then who knows what he could achieve here in this race. One notable driver that I'm missing here, obviously from Pebble Sector this season, is Freddie. I don't know what's happened to him in terms of Pebble Sector. Because I know he started racing again, obviously. What is it? Flat Out Racing League on a Monday, but obviously not racing with Pebble Sector this season. Freddie, if you're watching, let us know. I don't know, because I know he was a regular in Pebble Sector last season. I was surprised to see him not actually racing here this season, if I'm honest. But yeah, I believe he'll be at Motive for tomorrow, or obviously Friday, which is coming up after this, by the way, guys, because obviously you're watching this on Sunday, so we'll pre-recorded these races. The only live event we do on a Sunday is the ACC GT3 Championship. So that will be broadcast, streamed live, commentated all live. But this bit is like the undercard. This is all pre-recorded. So we do the Flat Out Racing League on a Monday. Pebble Sector is 2 days a week with 2 rounds per week. So seasons are shorter. So obviously we had Australia round 1 on Tuesday. Tonight we got Spain round 2 on Thursday. And then Motives Formula 1 League runs once a week on a Friday. And that'll be coming up after this as well. And yeah, hopefully we'll have the aforementioned Freddie racing at Motive here tomorrow night, because it's a shame to not see him out on track, I've got to say. But yeah. Anyway, under safety car here, we've got the Mark leading the race out of V10 Ultra in second, with Justified, Brinky, Nathan completing the top 5, followed by Tezza, Stiffmeister, Matty Pitt, Street Boy and Oliver completing the top 10. Ruck, Islandberg, T, Rexy Boy, Nino Blanco, and Magpie Toon and Nelia Regit there completing the classification. As things stand here so far in this race, but still the relatively early stages of this one. Obviously we're not even near halfway at this point, so there's still plenty of action to be had. Hopefully this will be the last lap under safety car. I can't imagine why it wouldn't be, because now that all the drivers are caught up, there should be absolutely no excuse for us to be messing about any longer. And the pack was all so close anyway, so it was never going to be more laps than what was needed. Obviously, the safety car was always going to be on a short stint here this time around, because, you know, with the situation being everybody's so close, only one driver crashed as well. So, yeah, no need for a hold up. Let's get on with it. Let's go racing again. And confirmation there, safety car in this lap, so they'll be getting underway in a second. It'll be the Mark to control the pace and get us back underway again here. Here we go then, guys. Back underway. Out of the final corner we go. It's Mark from V10, justified third ahead of Brinky, followed by Nathan. Then you've got Tezza, Stiffmeister, Matty Pitt, Street Boy and Oliver completing the top 10. Rock Islandberg, T, Rexy Boy, Nino Blanco, Magpie Toon and Nelia Regit there completing. There's a 17 driver field left in the race as V10 Ultra Danny inside there of Mark into turn 1, makes that move. Nathan there trying to keep it outside of Brinky. Oh, and it's collision there between the two of them, and they both lose places there. Tezza's through, so Stiffmeister as well, as Brinky there trying to keep it on the inside of Nathan for turn 3. They've now got Matty Pitt looking around the outside of them as well. Matty Pitt there, bit of of a collision there with Nathan. Had to get out of that one to avoid it being even worse than what it was. And no damage there as far as I can see. Street Boy managing to mug Matty Pitt, and he's got ahead of Nathan there as well. Although, has he completed the move? Yes, he has. Street Boy there up into 7th place, gaining 2 places in the space of a corner. As Tezza here getting ahead of Mark there up into P3. Now Mark dropping down the order here by a bit. As we can see, he's now putting up onto the back of Justify, but V10 Ultra have already got over a second of a gap here over everybody else on the hard tyres compared to Justify on the mediums. So he obviously has got a disadvantage in terms of pace, but he seemingly isn't losing any time as a result, as Stiffmeister there getting ahead of the Mark up into 4th place. Obviously Mark on worn tyres compared to everybody else here. Oh no, Stiffmeister getting caught up there. He just rode on board with him for a second, and Stiffmeister coming together there with Brinky back down to 17th place with him as well. Those two having a nightmare as Rux moved ahead of Oliver up into P8 as they're coming to the final corner here on the first lap after the restart. But Tezza very close on Justify here, looking to the inside. He's going to breeze past him down the straight with no DRS obviously because it's only the first lap after the restart. But Tezza was there up into 2nd place again. As we see a load of cars here, Rock and Oliver. Oliver goes deep into turn 1. That allows Arlenberg up into 9th place. Oliver there went for a position, ended up losing one. As T now looking to try and attack on him. Magpie 2's moved ahead of Rexy Boy in the meantime, up into 12th place. As we can see, C looking to the inside here of Oliver into turn 4. Oh, he sends one up the inside. That was a speculative move there from T, and he loses out as a result. And Oliver also ends up coming off badly in that one as well. Oliver was pushed off onto the gravel. T there way down the order. Oliver, is he waiting for him? Oh, maybe he is. Well, maybe Oliver's taking responsibility for that one. I don't know if Oliver really needed to there. Or from my point of view there, I think that T had to take maybe the majority of the proportion for that one. A portion of the blame for that one. Because it looked to me like it was a bit of a lunge. In the meantime, Nathan there moving ahead of the Mark, but Mark's trying to come back at him, can't do it. Nathan up into P5 in that one. Justify still keeping Tezza on his toes. Tezza hasn't really gained on his teammate V10 out the front at the moment. Mark in the meantime is back in the pits. Obviously V10 and Tezza, last season's championship contenders, showing that they've still got the pace despite the fact that they're in an Alpha Tauri. What I quite like about Purple Sector is that they're not putting the best drivers in the worst cars. They're putting the best drivers in a not great car, and they're putting, I don't know, just the fact that V10 and Tezza are in an Alpha Tauri, speaks volumes, because the Alpha Tauri was probably, I'd say on balance, quicker than the Alfa Romeo, quicker than the Haas, at times quicker than the Williams. There's plenty of cars that the Alpha Tauri was quicker than last season, so they're not driving the slowest car. These two obviously the quickest two in the Purple Sector F1 League, no doubt about that. But they're not driving the worst car, but they're still driving a car which is a bit of a handful, and right now they're running in 1 and 2, which just goes to show how much of a good job they're doing. But they haven't got the worst car on the grid, but they certainly in a car which is going to neutralise their talents a little bit. Rock in the meantime moved ahead of Magpie 2, and the Magpie 2's not done. He's going back at him here down the start finish straight. He's going to move back up to 7th place, as Nathan there moving ahead of Matty Pitt as well up into 5th. Arlenberg there getting ahead of Rock into turn 1. Rock keeping it around the outside though. Good driving there from Rock to hold on to 8th place in that one. Matty Pitt still trying to challenge on Nathan here as they're coming through turn 3, but too far away just at the minute. Magpie 2 now getting on the outside of Matty Pitt up into P6 down the end of the little straight. And Eilenberg there moving ahead of Rock, although Rock's not done. Coming back at him there on the inside. And moving back ahead up into 8th place there does Rock. Justify getting closer to the back of Tezza down the straight into turn 1. They've now got a lap car in play here. So that's Stiffmeister there, who could be a bit of a thorn in the side here for the likes of Tezza and Justify. Obviously, Tezza's still yet to clear him. V10 has cleared Stiffmeister, should I say. Ruck here, very close on Matty Pitt as they're coming down the little straight. Is he going to look to the inside into turn 9? Is he going to send one? No, he's a little bit too far away there. Couldn't quite make that one happen for the time being. Here are the 3 leaders coming out onto the start finish straight with their companion Stiffmeister, who's a lap down. And the amusing thing here is that Stiffmeister has DRS on V10, so it's not even like Tezza can lap him easily. He is ghosting, obviously, like lap cars do in F1, but even so, it's going to be a bit of a distraction there for Tezza as he makes his way through, quite literally, the traffic and up into clear air there. Now Justify's got to negotiate the lap car as well. Rock in the meantime moving ahead of Matty Pitt up into 7th place, coming through turn 3. That's job done there for him. Berg getting ahead of Matty as well on the inside there and making a move for position, although Matty Pitt trying to hold it around the outside there. Good racing in between these two, very, very tight indeed, and Berg does get that move completed into turn 5. He's now up into 8th place there. Ted's here with DRS on his teammate. First time that we haven't seen V10 have DRS to protect himself, and it didn't really pay any dividends, did it? Tezza didn't really gain on him at all. I said earlier on how V10 seems to be quicker than everybody else in a straight line. Maybe he has got a much lower downforce setup than everybody else, and maybe that's keeping him in really good stead when drivers behind him have DRS, because we saw down the straight Tezza didn't gain anything at all there, which is pretty crazy, to be honest. In the meantime, Berg's got ahead of Ruck up into 7th. Now Regis pressuring Matty Pitt here for 9th. You've got Brinky there getting ahead of Rexy Boy into 12th place there into turn 4. And now they're both going to move ahead of Nino Blanco, because Nino Blanco's out of sync. Oh, no, actually, it's only Brinky who gets around him. He's keeping it around the outside there. Oh, he goes wide there, does Brinky, and Nino holds onto that one. Brinky there losing out to Rexy Boy as well. Brinky down to P13 there. But Nino Blanco held himself there, and Brinky couldn't keep it around the outside without running wide onto the grass. So he's now down to P13 and has got a little way to go if he wants to get back to where he was a few moments ago. We got V10 and Tezza 3/10 apart. Can Tezza use the DRS to his advantage this time around, knowing how quick V10's car is in a straight line? Let's jump on board with our second place man, our reigning champion of Purple Sector's Formula 1 League. Here we go, slipstream and DRS pulls to the inside, and this time T10 can't use his straight line speed to defend into turn 1, and Tezza has that move done up into P1. Now V10's got to try and chase him down and become the hunter instead of the hunted, as Magpie 2's moved in of Nathan up into P5 there into turn 1. Justify still on the back of these two, the leaders, Tezza and V10 at the moment, as Ruck's moved ahead of Berg up into 7th place. These two still battling as then to go into turn 3. Ruck there gets that move completed, although Berg's not done. He's going to get a bit of a run here down towards turn 4. He's too far back though, and Ruck's going to hold that one coming through turn 4. But Tezza Muzza leading this race, having got that move done on V10 a couple of laps ago. V10 Ultra though, keeping himself close. He's not going to be giving up on this one easily. You can be absolutely certain of that. Watching Magpie 2 and Nathan, as Nathan closing up on the back of him there going into turn 9. Rexy Boy in the meantime moved down to Brinky, although Brinky's coming back at him there, going through turn 11. V10 in the meantime has moved back ahead of Tezza here up into the lead. So these two continue to swap and change here at the moment. Exciting battle here between last season's championship contenders as Eilenberg there moving up into 7th place ahead of Ruck again. Nathan got close to the back of Magpie too. Couldn't get ahead of him just there though. Here come the leaders once again then. V10 Ultra's got just under half a second of a gap here to Tezza. And we know how quick V10's car is in a straight line. Is Tezza going to get enough of a slipstream here to make a move? I think he's just going to be a little bit too far back. V10 defending to the inside, and it's going to hold it into turn 1. So that straight line speed really paying dividends there for V10 Ultra. 5 laps left to go though in this second round of the Purple Sector Formula 1 League here for Season 10. As we can see, Rux moved ahead of Eilenberg up into 7th place going into turn 1. Once again, those two chopping and changing like no tomorrow. Brinky has moved ahead of Nino Blanco up into 11th place as well into turn 1. Justified had a little look to the inside of Tezza there going into turn 9, but it was just a little bit too far away that time around. Oh, look at this, V10 Ultra and Tezza here. Riding side by side again. Oh, Tezza's gone wide. He's gone out of shape. Oh, no. Oh, Tezza's in the wall. And is he out of the race? No, he's not. But he's absolutely catastrophically wounded at the moment. And Justify now takes the lead of the race. V10 Ultra and Tezza, I think, had a bit of a collision there. Tezza is way down the order. Isn't going to have a very strong finish in this race. But V10 Ultra is still on the back of Justify. Has still got a chance. But has he got any damage there on the car? Looks like it's all intact from what you can see anyway, bodywork-wise. It looks to be all in good condition still, but Justify has been handed the race lead here with just under 4 laps left to go here in this one. 3.5 now. And you got the lap car there just behind him, a Stiffmeister who's now brought himself back into this again. Inadvertently given a chance to challenge the leaders, albeit not for position. But Nathan in the meantime is still on the back of Magpie 2 here for 4th place. But what happened there with Tezza Muzza and V10 Ultra? And we're not quite sure at the moment. We just jumped onto it as it was sort of, it just gone off. And yeah, it's currently the situation is Justify as the lead, but V10's coming back at him here down the straight towards turn 1, and V10 Ultra hits the front once again here. But this could be a case of right place, right time here. It could be a case of who's got the DRS at the right time and when, and who's close enough at the right time and when, because at the moment a DRS is so overpowered. If you're behind going out the final corner, you're going to be in the lead into turn 1. So whoever leads into turn 1 on the final lap, as long as they can defend into turn 9, they should be the winner of this race. It's one of them situations. I've seen it before at Catalonia on this game. It is very predictable. If you lead into turn 1 on the final lap, you're going to win. If you're in second coming out the final corner on the penultimate lap, you're also going to win because you're going to be leading into turn 1. So basically, you want to be in second place out of the final corner on lap 22, on the penultimate lap, basically around this track. That's how it is. But V10 Ultra at the moment still has this lead by half a second over Justify. Let's see if that thesis comes true. Here we are then, 2 leaders coming around the final corner here, about to start the penultimate lap of the race. What a battle it's been here between these two. They've got the lap car there. Stiffmeister still keeping the pressure on him at the moment. They're not going to be too concerned about him. They're going to be more worried about each other at this point. Justify not really close enough to have any sort of threat towards V10 at this point. It looks like V10 was far enough ahead, and with that straight line speed, which we said before, is really absolutely mega around this circuit. Justify getting close to the end of the first sector here, but he's not close enough to go for a lunge. He'll have to try and keep him close coming out of turn 8 down that DRS zone, because that's the part of the tracks. V10 will struggle in the corners before that, so he could be pretty close, could justify going into that sequence. But as I said before, if V10's behind going out the final corner, he's probably going to win this race, because he'll lead into turn 1 with that DRS down the straight. And from there, Justify will have to try and do this move, which he might go for this time. I don't know. Is he going to go for it here? He's going to have a look. Maybe this is a rehearsal here. This could be a rehearsal for the final lap, maybe. Maybe he's just getting a look in there. Oh, V10 goes very wide, and Justify's going to seize on that. He moves himself through up into the lead. Is V10 playing the smart game there? Was that a Charles Leclerc 700 IQ move there from Justify? Obviously, we saw Charles Leclerc do the exact same thing in Bahrain and at the Red Bull Ring to Max Verstappen many years ago. We saw Max do it to Hamilton as well. But here we go then. V10 Ultra moving back ahead of Justify down the straight. And he's going to lead into turn 1 here on the final lap of the race. Now Justify has got to keep his wits about him, keep himself close through that middle sector, get a good exit out of turn 8 and try and use the DRS into 9. Obviously, because he'll be close, and the drive he'll get off of turn 8 with his setup, with the way he's got that downforce, will be a lot better than what V10 Ultra can get. So he has a chance here, Justify. He does have one more chance to try and get this lead back and win this race here for the second round of this season here at the Purple Sector Formula 1 League. Nail-biting closing stages here of the race. In the meantime, Nathan's still pressuring the back of Magpie Toon in the battle for 4th place. You've got Islandberg all over the back of Ruck as well for 7th. Nail your edge. It's got Matty Pitt and Brinky behind him here. Nino Blanco not too far behind. Might be able to bring himself into that battle as Matty Pitt. They're moving ahead of Nelly Reggie. And Nelly Reggie will start to Brinky as well. So bring up into P10 as he taps Matty in the rear there. That's a bit of a dodgy move there from him. But V10 Ultra has managed to keep ahead of Justify there into turn 9. So he's held on for the time being, and he should be able to bring this one home, barring any major catastrophes in the final few corners. But here we come then through this final section. 1 corner to go here. V10 Ultra has managed to make it work brilliantly in the Alpha Tauri. Justify pushed him all the way, but it's not going to be 2 from 2 for Justify. It's going to be V10 Ultra to take the Spanish Grand Prix here, win here for Purple Sector Formula 1 League. It's going to be Justify 2nd, with Street Boy over in 3rd place in the end. Magpie 2 not too far behind there. It's going to take P4 ahead of Nathan 5th, with Tez and Muzza over in P6 in the end. It's going to be Rock out the final corner to take 7th place here in this one, with Islandberg actually getting him on the penalties there. So Islandberg 7th, Rock 8th, Matty Pitt over in 9th ahead of Nino Blanco P10. Nino Blanco loses out to Brinky on the penalties, so Brinky 10th, Nino Blanco 11th, Nelly Regit 12th. Rexy Boy out of the final corner is going to take 13th place here in this one. He's just ahead of Oliver, who takes 14th. And T coming into the final sector here, running in P15. Got a couple of corners left to go here. Here he comes, P15 here for T. It's going to be 16th for the mark as he's coming into the final corner now. As he limps home and over the line there. Mark 16th. Sidmeister's already finished there in 17th place. But that is that, guys. Thanks everybody for watching this back on Sunday night. Stick around because Motives Formula 1 League will be live after this. Hopefully. I plan to be there tomorrow night, so hopefully the recording of Motives Formula 1 League should be up immediately after this. But thanks for tuning in for the Purple Sector Formula 1 Leagues. Hopefully you tune in for the Flat Out Racing League to kick off tonight as well. If you didn't, you can always rewind the stream. Also the videos of each race will be going up live after this stream is aired as well, so you'll be able to watch back whichever one you want without having to scroll through. But yeah, stick around, guys. We'll be back in a couple of minutes for Motive Racing's Formula 1 League. Or if I was a dickhead and didn't turn up, then probably the GT3 Championship on ACC will be coming up very soon after this. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen tomorrow. But anyway, we'll see you very soon, everybody. Take it easy. And yeah, see you in a minute. And it's lights out and away we go here at Suzuka for the Japanese Grand Prix here at Motive Racing. It's Bad Boy here. Leading on the outside, coming into turn one. Random there on the inside. We've got Vita Ultra moving ahead of Crazy Max into turn one. Little Greavy getting ahead of Nathan as well. So a few changes there at the start. We've got Vita Ultra and Crazy Max here side by side going through turn three. But Vita Ultra keeping ahead of Crazy Max. Crazy Max a little bit wide there onto the grass as well. We lost him a place there to Little Greavy as well. So Little Greavy up to P6 in that one. You can see there Crazy Max dropping behind Nathan now as well. So Crazy Max dropping down the order like a stone here at the start of this race. You've got Matty Pitt there moving ahead of Ruck up into 14th place here on this opening lap. But it's Bad Boy leading ahead of Random second with Justin third, and Papa Squant's currently P4 at the moment. But the news coming into tonight is that if Justin fails to finish in fifth or higher, then Senna's the champion automatically. Obviously, Senna only needs 10 points here tonight to guarantee the time. Only needs 10 points. No, only needs third to guarantee the championship, because if he, as long as he isn't outscored by Justin by 10 points, he's the champion. So basically, he has to finish in third place, even if Justin wins the race. Or they're saying that if Justin were to get the fastest lap, he wouldn't. Actually, you know what? Sorry. Throwing my thesis out the window there, because that's not true. But we've got a caution there through sector 2. Looking like there might be somebody off now. Zombie Razor's lost it. They're going through Spoon, should I say. And Zombie Razor there down to P18. You've got Andrew Pissmith there moving ahead of Oliver up into 15th place as well. But it's currently Bad Boy leading the race ahead of Random at the moment, with Justin there third and Papa Squanch P4 at the moment. He's currently trying to keep Vita Ultra at bay. Vita Ultra very close here on the back of Papa Squanch as they come down the start-finish straight. Also Nathan here attacking on the back of Little Greavy as well. Vita Ultra though looking to the inside into turn one. He's going to make that move up into 4th place. Nathan also getting ahead of Little Greavy up into 6th place as well. But Vita Ultra there up into P4. You've got Oliver in the pits at the end of the first lap. You've got Joram there moving ahead of Crazy Max around the outside of turn 2. Now he's going to try and get a Little Greavy as well as he swoops around the outside there. Lovely move from Joram, racing on it tonight as a reserve. Obviously, his return to Motive, our 3-time champion here of the Formula One League, back out on track. It's great to see him getting his teeth into some action again. He started at the back alongside Senna. These two up into 7th and 11th places respectively at the moment. And Joram seems to be cutting his way through the pack like a hot knife through butter in a minute. He's made seamless progress here in the first part of this race. He's now attacking on the back of Nathan for P6, but it's Bad Boy still out in front ahead of Random with Justin there and V10 Ultra. Papa Squanch there in 5th ahead of Nathan, followed by Joram, who's on the back of him. Little Greavy, Crazy Max and Justify with Senna, Little Grieve, Matty Pitt and Ruck ahead of Andrew Pittsmith there. A bit of a gap back to Drauga, who's well clear of Zombie Razor, and Oliver nowhere near them. Currently running in P18 in this race. But Bad Boy here coming out of Spoon. Down the back straight he comes once again here. Random trying to cling to the coattails of him. So far he's doing just that as things stand. We've got Beaten Ultra now attacking on the back of Justin. Obviously, he dispatched Papa Squanch at the beginning of this lap. Now he's looking to try and dispatch the Ferrari, the teammate of Senna, the championship leader. Obviously, Justin, the only driver who could potentially mathematically deny Senna of the championship this season. But it's looking very unlikely. Oh, as he gets a big slide there. And Beaten Ultra is going to capitalise. Surely he's looking to the outside here as they come down the start-finish straight. In the meantime, Joe Rams, we've got ahead of Nathan now up into P6. But on board with V10 as he's being squeezed to the edge of the track here going into turn one. And Justin gives him no space whatsoever. And V10 there runs a little bit wide. He's going to have to go again in that one. He's going to have to get himself back together again and think about a potential move shaping up in the future there. Little Greavy in the meantime has moved ahead of Crazy Max up into 8th place, and that's job done there for him. Nice move there from V10 Ultra. Bad Boy still out the front, leading the race by just under a second here ahead of Random, with Justin there ahead of V10 Ultra and Papa Squanch just about a second behind them at the moment. Joram there in P6, now clearing off ahead of Nathan, ahead of Little Greavy and Crazy Max. Senna now attacking the back of Crazy Max. Oh, Crazy Max puts it in the wall. Crazy Max there's absolutely stacked it there, and he's going to be dropping down the order here. He's going to be probably in about P16, I would have thought, with Dragon there moving ahead up into 15th place now. Zombie Razor nowhere to be seen. Isn't going to be coming up on the scene anytime soon, but Crazy Max down to 16th place here in this race. That's an absolute disaster there for him, as we can see V10 Ultra here attacking on the back of Justin still in this battle for P3 at the moment. Zombie Razor in the meantime has moved ahead of Crazy Max up into 16th place as well here. V10 still close on the back of Justin as they come into 130R here for the third time in the race. Getting closer and closer to the back of him here. Is he going to fancy a move into turn one maybe? If he can get a good exit here out of the chicane, he might fancy his chances here. As here we come then, back out onto the start-finish straight once again. Still just a little bit too far away though by the looks of things. Doesn't really seem to be in a position to challenge at this particular moment in time. Senna in any time, so almost got ahead a little Greavy there. In fact, he has done it. So Senna's up back up into 8th place there. Matty Pitts moved down to Justify as well up into the final points paying position. Ruck there into the pits at the end of lap 3 as well. As Crazy Max into the pits after a pretty catastrophic lap. Just gone from him, he's brought it in to save his blushes and get some damage fixed. Maybe put a fresh set of tyres on. Whole field on the inters right now. Ruck and Crazy Max after their pit stops. Unscheduled pit stops, I hasten to add here, on lap 3 have put a fresh set of inters on. As Justin's got back ahead of V10 Ultra. Those two were swapping positions for a second there. V10 looked like he had to move done, but Justin back up into 3rd place here in this battle. Obviously, Justin, as things stand, will keep the championship alive just, but as it stands, he's only outscoring Senna by 11 points. So if Senna picks up one more position here, Senna will be in a championship-taking position here tonight in Japan. There'll be not enough races left for Justin to close that gap sufficiently to take the title. Obviously, only 4 races left after tonight. It could even be 3 races left after tonight. Actually, you know what? I think it's 3 races left after tonight. Yeah, got to check myself there. It's 3 races after tonight. So, yeah. Yeah. 3 races left. So you've got USA next week, which is a sprint round. You've also got Brazil, which is a sprint, and then you've got Abu Dhabi to finish the season off. As Little Greavy there's moved ahead of Matty Pitt around the outside of turn 2 up into 9th place. And V10 Ultra's moved ahead of Justin there up into 3rd place as they're going through to the end of the first sector here. So V10 Ultra has now finally got that move done and seems like he's made it stick here on Justin for the time being. Matty Pitt in the meantime looking to the outside here of Little Greavy coming into the hairpin. Is he going to go for a switchback? No, he's not going to get in a good enough exit there. He's going to try and look to the outside here through this next sequence. He's right on board with Matty Pitt here. Our league coordinator, one of our admins here at Motive, also the founder of the Purple Sector Formula 1 League, which we obviously you would have seen earlier on the programme here tonight for the Super Sunday. We did actually have the Purple Sector F1 Leagues that we run on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And this man is the brain... is the mastermind behind that. As you can see him getting close to the back of Little Greavy towards 130 but a little bit too far away this time around. Still has to tuck in for the time being, not close enough. And we're just seeing confirmation there. Crazy Max is retired from the session as well now. Yes, yet another driver here who's thrown in the towel. We've got double wave yellow flags through Sector 1. Not quite sure what those are in aid of at the moment. One's to watch in this race. Oh no, Joam's had a spin. Oh my goodness. We just flicked onto him as that one was happening. Joam's lost it. That's now Senna ahead of him. Obviously, Senna and Joam both started from the back of the pack. Joam, after chasing down the leaders for the entirety of this race so far, he was about 4 seconds ahead of Senna at the time. He stacked it here. Obviously, had a bit of a cleaner passage through the pack than Senna did. Senna has been keeping the gap to him for the last couple of laps, but Joam has dropped it and is now got an absolute mountain to climb. He'll need the safety car to come out to get himself back into the fight for the win here. Potentially even a podium is looking a bit of a long shot at this point. This could play advantage to Senna here, obviously, because he could still be in the fight for the win here. Senna, he's not a million miles away from the leaders, about a little bit over 10 seconds off of the race leader bad boy at this point. He's still got Random for company out in front. V10 Ultra hasn't been able to shake off Justin since getting ahead of him. And Papa Sconch is still keeping those two honest at the moment. They're in P5 just behind them. Nathan running in P6 there ahead of Senna still. Big gap back to Matty Pitt there in 8th place, who's still got Justify passing the back of him for 8th place. You've got Little Greavy behind him, headed Degree, followed by Andrew Pittsmith. Big gap back to Joe now running in 13th place after that mistake. Is he going to bring it into the pits this time round? Potentially, who knows? Tyres might be a bit shot after that. As in case you're wondering, I was scratching my shoulder there. And Zombie Razor there has moved ahead of Draugr up into P14 as they go through the final chicane. Senna in the meantime is hassling the back of Nathan here as they come through towards the end of the first sector. Oh, and Nathan there got a little bit onto the grass, and Senna getting closer and closer to the back of him here towards Degner 1. Too far back at the moment, still can't make anything happen just there. But Senna now knocking on the door of P6, and obviously knowing that his big rival for the win tonight here, Joe is dropping his way down the order now and seemingly out of the picture, at least for now. And barring any safety cars, is probably not going to be winning this race. Little Greavy has picked up a 3-second time penalty there for track limits. He's been passed by his brother, the Greave, into the hairpin. The Greave up into P10. They've got Andrew Pittsmith now for company. Joe has brought the gap down from what was 6 seconds at the beginning of this lap to 4 seconds halfway around the lap. So just goes to show the pace that he's got. Bad Boy still out the front at the moment by just over half a second, should I say, to Random here in second place. There's a bit of a gap back to V10, who started to just up the tempo here on Justin a little bit. He hasn't shaken him off, but he's certainly not under pressure from him at this point. I think we've got to say that. Currently the gap just creeping up towards 0.8 of a second as they come over the line, so he's not under too much pressure here from Justin at all. He seems to have to measure him at this point. Can they now start to claw in the gap to these two leaders, Bad Boy and Random, over the course of the rest of this first stint here? It'll probably be a one-stop strategy. If the weather stays as it is, there'll probably be a one-stop onto Inters, but are the guys going to try and stay out as long as they can and potentially angle for a switch towards the dry tyres? You want to obviously keep going as long as you can because you want to minimise the amount of times you come into the pits. So if these guys can make their Inters last till about nearly lap 20 or something like that, then they might be able to put a set of dries on at the end if the track's sufficiently dried enough by that point. But still a fair old way to go until I think we're at the point of dry tyres. The track's still pretty wet as Justin has moved ahead of V10, and V10's dropped it somewhere because V10's lost out to Justin and Papa Squanch. So V10 down to P5 there. Didn't see what happened to him, but we just saw the aftermath there as Justin and Papa Squanch up into 3rd and 4th places respectively. And V10 now with a bit of work to do. Senna in the meantime attacking on the back of Nathan as they're coming through the hairpin. He's still very close on the back of him, but still hasn't been able to find a way through just at the moment. But look at how close he is, and he's really putting that pressure on, looking to try and find a bit of a chink in the armour here for the Williams driver as they come into Spoon once again. Draugr there with a 3-second time penalty there for track limits. Senna getting close under braking there going through Spoon. Very, very close indeed. Here we come then down the back straight once again. Oliver there with a 3-second time penalty there for track limits. Senna getting closer and closer into 130R. Still a little bit too far away just at the moment though. As V10 Ultra into the pits here at the end of lap 8 as well. Here comes Senna once again down the start finish straight. He's going to look to the inside here. Is he going to have a chance to make a move here? Nathan is just keeping it alongside on the outside there. Nathan made the move, made the move into turn 1, and he's done that brilliantly there up into P5. That was easy pickings there for Senna in the end. As we can see, V10 in the pits, so is Andrew Pittsmith as well. Bad Boy still leading the race ahead of Random, Justin in 3rd, 3 seconds behind the lead pair at the moment. Papa Squanch just fallen off at the back of Justin a little bit in the last couple of laps. Zombie Razor's moved ahead of Andrew, and Andrew's into the... Oh, of course, he was already in the pits before anyway. Duh. See Joram there moving ahead of Little Greavy up into 10th place. Joe obviously had to spin a couple of laps ago, drops him way down the order coming through the S's. Oh, bit of a twitch there as he gets onto the power coming out of Spoon. But he's right at the back of the Grieve now. Obviously, he dispatched the Grieve earlier on, but due to that spin, it set him back quite a bit. We've got the Haas there, the other Haas of Little Greavy trying to attack behind Joram here, but Joram will be looking for more about what's ahead of him here as he's looking down the inside into the chicane, and that's going to be easy pickings there. And I'll tell you what, Little Greavy fancies a bit of this action as well, looking to try and mug his brother as Joram made his way through, but the Grieve holding on for the time being. Little Greavy's going to have to run down the start-finish straight. Oh, he gets a big twitch there coming out of the final corner, and that's going to keep the Grieve, I think, in that position. No, I tell you what, Little Greavy's got a bit of a run. No, he's not. He's just hit that rev limiter there going into turn one. And nothing doing there for him. Bad Boy in the meantime has gapped Random by 2 seconds now, so Random's starting to fall off the pace of Bad Boy a little bit. Has he made a mistake potentially, which has caused that to happen, because it was very close before. Oh, and Rock's crashed, and we've got a safety car here on lap 10. First safety car of the race so far. Matter of time, we usually get one or two, but that will blow the strategy wide open here. And now are we going to be seeing anyone coming in for some dry tyres, as the track does appear to just be drying a little bit now. Will be a risk, but apologies for that, guys, just had to do a cough. But yeah, it will be a risk coming in for dry tyres at this moment. But then it'll be a good few minutes until we're underway after the safety car, so it could be worth the risk. It'll be until the end of lap 12. I think the safety car will be out, so we'll be racing on lap 13. We can see Random coming into the pits here, so is Bad Boy as well. In fact, looks like most people are coming in, all the top four are coming in. Let's see what Senna does here. This safety car will obviously play into the hands of Joram, massively running in P9 at the moment, having had his spin, but he's got the pace here tonight to challenge for the win. If it wasn't for his grid position, who knows, could anyway. Is anybody going to roll the dice and stay out? There's not really much point because the leaders are so far ahead. They're going to be coming out of the pits way before anybody else even gets there, so there's literally no advantage to staying out whatsoever. You don't gain track position, and track position is... Oh, Joram losing it on the entry to the pits. Wow. Okay. He's obviously had a bit of a break here from F1 racing. Recently got back into the swing of things in the last week or so, but he's been out of the swing of it now for a while, and losing it there on the entry to the pit lane. He'll be wanting to avoid doing that too much. See, Drauga there is retired from the session, so that's Drauga now out of the race, down to 14 cars here for this Japanese Grand Prix here at Motive Racing. 18 drivers here tonight, not a bad turnout. Missed a couple due to just general everyday life, I suppose, kicking in. Here we are then, guys, back underway here for the Japanese Grand Prix here at Motive Racing. It's Bad Boy leading us away with Random there in second place, Justin just behind there in third, with Papa Squanch and Senna queuing up behind him there. We got Senna looking around the outside, Papa Squanch into turn one, a little bit too far away, can't get around the outside of him there. Nathan there tucking him behind, Vita Ultra and Matty Pitt followed by Justified. Joram there running in P10, ahead of the Grieve, Little Greavy, Andrew Pittsmith and Zombie Razor at the back of the pack. But Bad Boy here leading through the S's here on the opening lap of the restart, ahead of Random, and looking like pretty much everybody held position for the time being as Little Greavy's moved into the Grieve up into P11. The two brothers there swapping places on this restart. Obviously the tyres a little bit cold now, having just put them on, and obviously they haven't done any racing laps because they all changed tyres to fresh tyres. But everyone's opted to stay on the intermediates for the time being, as we see Justify's lost out to Joe and Little Greavy down to P11 there, so Justify down 2 places from 9th place. You got Vita and Ultra's lost it there through the hairpin. Vita and Ultra stacking it, and Senna's also got caught up in that one as well. So Senna now down to 10th place. That could hurt him in his chances to clinch the Drivers' Championship here tonight. He's now down to 13th place here in this race, so that's come to disaster there for Senna. Papa Squanch and Justin here, side by side down towards the chicane here. Justin there parking his car on the inside. Papa Squanch can't go for a cutback just at the moment. As Bad Boy there has done the fastest lap of the race on that last lap, a 1:37.5. We see Vita and Ultra into the pits here at the end of lap 13. Papa Squanch still on the back of Justin, still not close enough. Joram in the meantime has moved ahead of Matty Pitt now up into P6. The Greaves also got ahead of Justify. Justify running wide there coming out of turn 2. Oh, as Joram's dropped down the order. What's happened to Joram? He's lost it there coming out of the exit of turn 2. He's down to P13 there, so pretty much everybody's gone past him. What has happened there to Joram? We're not quite sure what's happened to Joram, but he's now behind Senna, who's also stuck behind Andrew and Zombie Razor at this point. But Joram losing the car, dropping down to 13th place. It seems like the contenders, the fast guys who started at the back, obviously Senna and Joram, seem to both be caught up in everybody else's incidents today. As Justify here is on the back of the Grieve at the moment in this panel for P8. Still got Papa Squanch hassling the back of Justin as well for 3rd place in this one. But Justify really trying to put the pressure here on the back of the Grieve. Zombie Razor. Oh, Zombie Razor's lost it going into the back of Andrew Pittsmith there. Senna also nowhere to go, again caught up in somebody else's incident. Where's Joram? He's just coming out of the hairpin now, so he'll be coming up on the scene in just a moment. Senna here is going to have to go again here on the back of Zombie Razor. And he'll be a frustrated man after this, the way this lap has gone. Caught up in 2 incidents going on ahead of him here. As things stand here in this race, Justin will keep the championship going. It's not over yet. Oh, it's just in there. Massive slide coming out of the final corner. Not the first time we've seen him be very close to losing it there. Bad Boy still leading the race ahead of Random second. There's Justin keeping Papa Squanch at bay still at the moment. See Senna and Joram both into the pits here at the end of lap 14. Andrew Pittsmith there was looking to the outside on Justify. Justify goes a little bit deep there into the hairpin. Maybe Andrew Pittsmith might be able to get a cut back here out of the corner. Very close there, banging side pods there a little bit, banging wheels. And Justify holds on from Andrew for the time being. Andrew tried to get the exit coming out of the hairpin, but didn't have the space to really get a good run coming out of the corner. And has to wait a little bit longer there behind Justify for the time being. Little Greavy in the meantime is on the back of Matty Pitt in his pedal for P6, but too far away at the moment to really put him under too much pressure. 2 leaders though, Bad Boy and Random only 0.4 of a second apart coming into the chicane here on lap 15 of the race. And Bad Boy creeping a little bit closer here to the back of Bad Boy as things stand. Around him ducking there towards the inside a little bit, going into turn one, still too far away at this particular moment in time. Papa Squad cheer just a little bit too far back on Justin at the moment. Obviously, the longer that Justin holds on to third place, the more it's looking likely that the championship will continue to roll over here to the next round. Andrew Pittsmith moved ahead of Justified now up into ninth place as they come on the exit of the final corner. Could this become a cursed championship for Senna here? Obviously couldn't wrap it up last week at Singapore due to his internet. Now this week here in Japan, he seems to be encountering more problems. Is it maybe one of those things that just gets away from him? It'd be unthinkable at this point. He only needs to score. He only needs Justin to fail. He needs Justin to fail to score 10 points more than him. So basically, it's almost a done deal. It practically is, but it's unthinkable. It really is unthinkable, the idea that he might not win this championship. I think he will. He'll have 3 more races to do it after tonight, including 2 sprint rounds. So 5 more races, essentially, for him to wrap up this title. He'll have the opportunities to do it. But, yeah, it's one of those things. 2 weeks in a row now, he could have done it. Looks like it might slip through his fingers for the second week in a row here. But nonetheless, it's got to be a matter of time, surely. Justified with a little feint to the inside of Andrew, going into 130R, still a little bit too far away just at the moment though. Justified's moved ahead of Andrew Pittsmith there down the start finish straight up into 9th place, so that's job done there for him. Matty Pitt with massive overspeed on the back of Nathan, going down the back straight towards 130R, gets around the outside there, tucks it in beautifully and gets up into 5th place. Excellent move there from Matty Pitt, and Nathan could do nothing about it. The straight line speed of the Mercedes absolutely took him past that Williams without any hesitation. But Nathan's going to try and keep himself close here on the back of Matty Pitt here. Oh, as he gets a huge slide there coming out onto the straight. So Nathan there's not going to have any chance to come back at Matty. Obviously, he needed a good exit because that Mercedes is rapid in a straight line. Matty Pitt's got it set up with a low downforce setup, which is a risky strategy in this sort of weather. But it's managed to get him ahead of Nathan for the time being. Gap at the front between Bad Boy and Random still just under a second at the moment. So Random's still keeping Bad Boy under pressure here. Nathan here looks to the outside going into Spoon, just a little bit too far away, gives Matty a big old tap in the rear there. And Matty holds firm for the time being. On the exit here, off Spoon, down the back straight once again here. Matty holding on for that one for the time being. Justin on the back of Random here as well. As they come down the start from the straight, still too far away at the moment. But Bad Boy's now just over a second behind Random. I tell you what, Justin's actually gained on the top two a little bit over the last couple of laps here, so he's going to continue to keep this championship, well, I wouldn't say wide open, but he's going to keep it going for now anyway. He's beating Ultra in the meantime, still casting the back of no Zombie Razor. They come into Dagma 2 once again here on lap 20 of the race. Getting closer to the back of Zombie Razor there through that section, but still not close enough. Is he going to have a lunge here into the hairpin? He's going to think about it, I reckon, but he's not going to be in range to be able to do that. As Zombie Razor goes wide though, going through the hairpin, and Beaten Ultra seizes on that without any need for waiting around there. Beaten Ultra up into P11. Can now try and chase down Andrew Pittsmith there in P10. So Beaten Ultra, not the greatest of races for him, but into the points, still fair way to go, still could salvage a little bit more from this race in the laps that remain. He's not into the points yet, but he'll be looking to try and chase down the points pretty soon, you would imagine. Nathan's got a 3-second time penalty there for track limits. He's obviously coming to the pits as well there on that latest lap. Andrew Pittsmith is out of the race. Nathan's rage quit. He's bailed out there. He was coming into the pits anyway. He's now decided there's no point. V10 there with much better straight line speed than Andrew Pittsmith and moves himself through up into P9. Into 130 they go, and that's easy there. Random's still on the back of Bad Boy right now out the front, just under second, separating these two in this battle for the lead. It's been going on for a while. It doesn't seem likely that there's going to be any major switch up in terms of the race lead at this point. Feels like these two just holding position at the moment. Can't really see this changing anytime soon, but I'd love to be wrong. Little Greavy there with a 3-second time penalty for track limits. So top four currently separated by 5 seconds at the moment. Bad Boy out the front with just under 2 seconds of a gap here over Random. Just in there, just over a second behind Random at this point. It's been a race which looked like it could have ended up drying out, but the rain has been constant, not too heavy. It's not really been torrential, it's just been constant. It's not really let up at any point, and that hasn't really allowed any chance for drivers to experiment with any different tyres. It's been intermediate conditions the whole way through, no need for dries, certainly no need for wets. The train has never really come pouring down. But the result of it is that it's been quite a consistent order, really. Bad Boy's been leading, Random's been putting under pressure at points, but it's only been fleeting moments where he's been within a second, and then Bad Boy's generally extended the gap as we see V10 Ultra moving ahead of Justify on the exit of the hairpin. Now V10 can try and challenge on the back of the Grieve as they come towards the final sector, towards Spoon. He's going to look to try and summon up the inside here. V10 Ultra goes for a dive, and he does that one absolutely brilliantly there up into 7th place. That one was a long-range overtake there, and he's made it stick. Fantastic stuff there from V10 Ultra. He's a little way behind Little Greavy running in P6. I think P7 might be the summit of his ambitions here. Can Justify now close up onto the back of the Greave? He's a little bit far away at the moment. It's over a second between them. Andrew Pittsmith in a second to Justify here as well. So plenty of battles on the horizon. I'm sure that V10 will now start to pull away from the Greave though. Here goes Justin, looking to the outside of Random, down the start finish straight. He's breezing past him there. He's just ahead, but he's actually not that far ahead, and Random will try and come back at him into turn one, but Justin swoops around the outside, goes wide though, going through turn one, onto the runoff area. Random takes position straight back there. Justin couldn't complete that move, didn't have the grip on the outside to keep himself there with the speed that he was carrying, and Random there holds on to second place for the time being as Justify there moving ahead of the Grieve, but the Grieve's trying to come back at him into the chicane too far back, and Justify's got that one held on to for the time being. Now Andrew Pittsmith might fancy some of the action here as well, running just in behind these two as they come out onto the start finish straight once again here. But Andrew just a little bit too far away coming into turn one. That's not going to happen, not from there. And Justin's moved to Random into second place there through the hairpin. So Justin now running in second place. Random's still on the back of him here. Can he try and stage a comeback here in the final few moments of this race? Justin now running in second place. Senna down in 13th place. That means that Justin will outscore Senna by 18 points here tonight, which means that the championship is not going to be wrapped up for Senna, and it will roll over to next week. So yeah, this season far from over. Next week we'll obviously be in the USA for the US Grand Prix, funnily enough. Week after that we'll be at Brazil, and then we close the season at Abu Dhabi to round things off for the season. Joe and Senna there side by side for a second, and Joe has moved through back up into 12th. Senna trying to come back in a minute. These two having a great battle for 12th place, and Senna round the outside. Oh, what a fantastic move there from Senna. Absolute peach of an overtake there going through the S's. This is a great battle here between these two for 12th place. They really should be battling for positions higher than this. They both started at the back. Both had their troubles coming through the pack, and both ended up at the back again. But these two, probably the two quickest in this league here tonight, and these two putting on a great show here for 12th place. They both had their ups and downs here over the course of tonight. Joram, they're getting it all wrong on the exit of Degner too, and that's given Senna a bit of breathing space in that particular battle there. Bad Boy in the meantime is on the final lap of the race, going through sector 1 through the S's for the final time. His gap to Justin now 5 seconds. Justin's still got Random putting the pressure on him, but I think that race is pretty much done, barring any catastrophes here for Justin. He should be home and hosed here for second place. Little Greavy is just ahead of V10 Ultra, but V10 Ultra's looking to the outside here, down towards turn 1. He's going to get around the outside. He's going to keep himself there, swoops into the line, and V10 Ultra up into P6 without any particular dramas there, and he'll be pretty happy with that. 8 points in the bag, but not the best of positions for him, not the best of nights, but nonetheless he'll take that. And there's the Greaves there getting passed around the outside by Andrew Pittsmith, and Andrew Pittsmith up into P9 there with that particular move. Bad Boy here coming into Spoon for the final time, has got a 5 second gap over Justin. Random trying to get closer to the back of Justin here as they come through Spoon. Oh, as he gets a bit of a twitch there. That might have been his last chance to make a move, and I think that's pretty much gone out the window now. Senna there with a 3-second time penalty there for track limits. But let's jump to Bad Boy here as he comes on the exit at 130R and into the chicane here at Suzuka for the Japanese Grand Prix. He's been pretty much faultless over the course of tonight. Hasn't even picked up a penalty, which we know has been a bit of a weakness for him over the season here at Motive. But here he comes, Bad Boy up towards the line. It's going to take the checkered flag here, and it's your winner tonight in Japan. And it's going to be Justin to come over in second place to keep the championship battle alive. It's not done yet for Senna. Justin over in P2 ahead of Random third, with Papa Squanch over to take P4 in the end. Matty Pitt's going to come around into the final sector here. He's going to be a P5 here for Matty Pitt, a long way behind the top four. The top four, well, they were separated by a fair bit, in all honesty. But Matty Pitt here out of the final corner here to take a 5th place here in this Japanese Grand Prix. It's going to be V10 Ultra next over the line. He's going to finish this one in P6. Just a couple of seconds ahead of Little Greavy, who's going to finish this one in 7th place. Justin coming into the final part of the lap here. 8th place is going to be for him. Andrew Pittsmith there over in 9th ahead of the Grieve. In fact, the Grieve gets some of the penalties there. So the Grieve 9th, Andrew Pittsmith 10th. Zombie Race is going to come around to finish this one in 11th place, with Senna over in 12th in a moment anyway. Here he comes through the final chicane. And Senna over the line, P12 there for him. No nil point here tonight. And the championship will roll over to the USA. Gerald will be last over the line, the 3-time champion of the Formula 1 League here at Motive. Not the night for him at all. But that is that, ladies and gentlemen, for tonight's action here. Well, obviously, watching this on Sunday night, we have got the GT3 Championship on ACC across the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series coming up shortly after this. So if you're watching live right now on YouTube, then do not go anywhere. Stick around. That'll be live in about 5 minutes time. 5-10 minutes time that'll be on. But yeah, from all of us here at Motive Racing, we'll see you very, very soon for that. Join us obviously for next week's Super Sunday as well, because the F1 leagues will be on then as well. So we'll obviously have Flat Out, Purple Sector and Motive all on again next Friday, but or next Sunday, should I say. But yeah, stay tuned for the GT3 if you would like to, and we'll see you all very soon.
take me home? Give me with your flight. We can run away. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me home?
I can wait another minute. I can wait another second to be with you for an eternity. I feel like I am in a daydream. Every moment that I spend with you, with you.
Won't you take me home and give me wings to fly? We can be alone in the castle in the sky. We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to a castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me home? Won't you take me home? Give me wings to fly. We can run away. Castle in the sky.
I've got a premonition, I'm dreaming you and I. All my darkest fears are coming outside. We got a billion races, we got this melody. And you can trust me, baby, we got everything. Call me whenever you feel alone, babe. And when you need to cry, I'll be by your side. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. And when you need to escape from 1,000 fires, I'm gonna kiss you wherever you are. And I'm gonna miss you, I will never lie. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. We're running in the jungle of love. Jungle of love. We're running in the jungle of love. Listen to my conditions, I got you on my mind. You were stuck in my head and I don't know why. We got a billion races, we got this melody. And you can trust me, baby, we got everything. Call me whenever you feel alone, babe. And when you need to cry, I'll be by your side. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. And when you need to escape from 1,000 fires, I'm gonna kiss you wherever you are. And I'm gonna miss you, I will never lie. Call me whenever you need someone, babe. We're running in the jungle of love. Jungle of love. We're running
Just like the street lights lit this town, like a fire in a blaze, gotta burn it down. Can't be afraid to leave this out. We got this far, don't know how. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We gonna light it up. Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up tonight. We gonna light it up just like the sunrise. We gonna light it up. I don't wanna see you. I don't wanna hear you tonight. I don't wanna fight you. You don't wanna know if I feel alright. I don't wanna just forgive you, I just wanna be fine. I've been waiting for a sign to light up, yeah. And your heart is out of sight. I just wanna feel mine. Hey you, I'm gonna be the one for another one. Hey you, maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I don't wanna see you, I don't wanna fear you tonight. You don't wanna know me, you just wanna make sure you're right. I'm gonna be the one for another one. Maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I'm gonna be the one for another one. I don't wanna feel you tonight. Got me. Got me. Can I hear you? Got me. Got me. Can I hear you? I don't wanna call you. I don't wanna know what you think. I'm the one you go to whenever you feel like you're about to sink. I don't wanna just forget you, but I wanna be fine. I'll be waiting for a sign to light up, yeah. And your heart is out of sight. I just wanna feel mine. Hey you, I could become the one for another one. Hey you. Maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I'm gonna be the one for another one. Maybe then you'll know that I was never one. I'm gonna be the one for another one. I don't wanna fear you tonight. Got me. Got me. Got me, got me, got me. Can I hear you? Got me. I don't wanna see you. I don't wanna hear you tonight. I don't wanna fight you. You don't wanna know if I feel alright. in small, breathe me in and let me go. Filling the lungs inside you, and the blackened eyes make my way into your mind. Just to know what you knew. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Let the darkness take control. Let the darkness take control. Darkness take control. May the darkness take control. Take me in small, breathe me in and let me go. Sink to your heart to find you. Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start locking eyes. Lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
Devil in a red dress, call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang bang, got my hand on the trigger. The devil in a red dress, call 911, I'm a killer. You know I hate to confess. Bang bang, got my hand, call
One, two, audio check. Here we are then, ladies and gentlemen. We're about to go racing here for round 2 of the GT3 Championship here on the PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series. As we're coming out of the final corner, obviously everybody here this week on the PlayStation 5, no Xbox drivers this time out. What a start we had to the season last week, and are we going to continue on in the same vein here? We've got the return of drivers like Vermeulen and Hurans, otherwise known as Jazzman and Tynus, out on track. Also Roshnov, who had that amazing performance last week at Monza. Here we go then. We're racing down towards turn 1 here at Barcelona, and it's Vermeulen there who obviously led from pole position, but he's got Roshnov going around his outside here through turn 1 and 2. Can Roshnov get this move done? He's going to try and keep himself there. Vermeulen's got the inside there over turn 3 and manages to keep onto the lead for the time being. Got Roshnov there ahead of Hurans, who's looking up the inside but has nowhere to go. You've also got Overtaker being passed around the outside by Vidler there. Paul Vidler, after leading the first start of the race last week, is up into, he's around the outside of Hurans there, up into 3rd place, but he's got a little bit deep into the corner and has to surrender that one. So Hurans got to sit back there on the exit of the corner. Vidler holds on ahead of Overtaker for the time being. You've got Van Berkenstein there ahead of Fiamingo, who's racing, returning to the league. Obviously, Fiamingo used to be known as Codalungu. He's got Patriarca on his outside there, trying to keep himself around as they come out of turn 5 down towards the 6 and 7 little kink. And Patriarca's trying to hold it on the outside of Fiamingo, but he can't do it. And that's stuck in for the time being. Matthew Duffin there running in 9th place, the reigning champion of the GT3 division here at Motive. Obviously, the Matimovic, as he was formerly known. Simon Blair there just behind him, ahead of Jamal Cloudham, followed by Jamal Cloudham's had a moment moment here. He's dropped off the pack, so I don't know what's happened to him. But Jamal Clouden now well off of everybody else. Andrew Bolden, last week's race winner at Monza, down in P11 at the moment, or P12 should I say. He's been passed there by Reece Parker, who was runner-up in the championship a few seasons ago to Paul Vidler. Way back in the day, I think it was our second season on the PlayStation 5. We've got Gary Burton just behind Andrew Bolden. Mary Louise there running in 14th ahead of your Mets, with Glenn there in P16 ahead of Scuderia Paul. Jamie Baker there in 18th place ahead of Ian Gray, with Jamal Clouden now down in 20th place ahead of Senna Hooft, who's in 21st place here in this race. But it's Vermeulen, Jared Vermeulen, who leads the race, coming over the line to complete the first lap ahead of Roshnov here. Alexander Roshnov within half a second of him at the moment. And then you've got Hurans there running in third place ahead of Vidler, who's a little way behind the top three at this point. But the top three are gapping everybody else. Overtaken there in fifth ahead of Van Berkenstein with Patriarca. There's Duffin trying to get the move done actually on... In fact, no, Fiamingo, sorry, made the move on Duffin there into turn one. So Mario Fiamingo there up into P8 in those race. It looked like it was a late breaking move there into turn one, and he got it done into turn two there. So well done to him. As we can see, Simon Blair on the back of these two at the moment in this fight for what's currently 8th place in this race. Reece Parker here has got Gary Burton and Angelo Bolden on the back of him as well in this battle for P11. That's still raging on at the moment in the early stages of this race. But it's a long race here tonight, 90-minute endurance round for this week here at Motive. So lots to play for, lots to bet ourselves in for tonight, and currently Jared Vermeulen leading the race in the early stages by just under 7/10 of a second from Alexander Roshnov. So Roshnov's keeping him on his toes at the moment, and Roshnov, if we remember from last week, was bitterly unlucky not to get the win. It was only down to the fact that he hadn't configured his pit strategy beforehand. That was the reason why he ended up basically not dropping down to third place right at the end. If it wasn't for that, he would have taken a convincing win. But nonetheless, shame that happened. But he can learn from that, and he can certainly come back stronger this week. But we've also got Simon Blair here attacking on the back of Matthew Duffin in the battle for P9, as these guys are coming into the final sector here on lap 2. So Simon Blair, obviously these two know each other well, seeing as they both raced together at Simplay, and they're both obviously veterans here at Motive as well. Both joined in the first year that Motive started in 2020. Matthew Duffin did a lot of commentating for us back in the day on the touring cars and the Clio Cup, and Simon Blair did race in the early days of Motive. In the first 3 seasons, he was a regular in the Project Cars 2 leagues. But both of them here on ACC tonight, and both of them have also raced with us on F1 as well. So these guys are have actually the only, some of the only drivers. I can't think. There's a handful of drivers on Motive who have raced on all 3 different games, or all 3 different titles that we've played on. We've played on F1, ACC, and Project Cars 2. We've done different leagues on all 3 titles, and both of these two have raced on all 3. And they're in quite a select group there. None of the other drivers here tonight have actually done that. So big ups to those guys for representing across all different categories here. But currently we've got Vermeulen still leading the race. He's got just over a second of a gap over Roshnov at the moment. You've got Hurans there running in third, falling off a little bit off of the top 2. Paul Vidler now starting to close in a little bit on Hurans at this point. He's well within a second of him at this point, as you see a bit of a gap back to Overtaker there in 5th ahead of Van Berkenstein. You've got Patriarca there in 7th with Fiamingo, and Duffin falling off at the back of them a little bit now as well. Gary Burton, though, is really attacking on the back of Reece Parker here as they come through turn 8. As he made that move, he has done. He's made that move up into P11 there, but Reece Parker's going to try and come back at him down the back straight towards turn 9. He's going to look to the outside. Gary Burton's going to try and defend this one. Let's see how he comes better on the brakes here, as Burton on the inside is going to cover the inside line, and Parker can't go for the cutback there, and it's still Burton there holding on for P11 in that one. Hurans in the meantime coming under increasing pressure from Vidler as they're coming through the final corner here to complete lap 2 of the race. Just had to close my door because it's wide open there, but yeah, I don't want my grandparents to have to listen to my commentating too much. But Van Berkenstein here on the back of Overtaker as they're coming down towards turn 1. Is he going to have a chance to look up the inside? No, he's not. He's just a little bit too far away at the moment. Duffin's still got Blair for company in a battle for P9. Mary Louise has also got your Mets here attacking for 14th place. And we've got a drive-through penalty there, which has been awarded for Ian Gray for track limits. So he's obviously been overstepping those white lines a little bit too much. And as a result, it's going to have to come in and pay his dues there. But we've got Clouden here, who's actually making a move to the outside, or trying to at least. Is in the foreground there. That's Glenn going wide, and Clouden and Hooft both get through. And Hooft's still ahead of Clouden at the moment. And in fact, they're now being split by Glenn. So Glenn dropping in between those two at the moment. Clouden lost a bit of ground there going through turns 1 and 2. As we see Clouden there down the inside of Glenn and moving himself through up into 19th place there into turn 4. In the meantime, Vermeulen still gapping Roshnov out the front. 2 seconds now between those two in this 90-minute endurance race. Jared Vermeulen, our 4-time champion here at Motive Racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione of this league. Also a 1-time champion of the Sprint League, so he's a 5-time champion altogether on ACC. His good friend Tynus is also a 5-time champion. He's won this league 3 times and the Sprint League twice. So both of these two 5-time champions. But Vermeulen's won this particular division more times than Tynus has. Or rather, Hurons, as he's known now. It's going to be hard for me to get out of the habit. I've already memorised their names, so whenever I see their surnames, I immediately think of their old nicknames. It's going to take some getting used to here. We've got Yemets in the meantime here closing in on the back of Mary Louise as they're coming down towards turn 1 once again here. And Yemets going to be close enough this time around, getting closer and closer and closer into turn 1, but not close enough for the time being. Ian Gray into the pits here at the end of lap 4. That's just confirmation there that Ian Gray's come into the pits, so now he's got his drive-through done and out of the way. Seems like Mary Louise has found a way ahead of Yemets. Yemets has dropped back, has he? I don't know. Oh, no, hold on. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong bit there. Do apologise. Yemets, yeah, he has found a way through ahead of Yemets. And so has Jamie Baker. So Jamie Baker there moving through. So Mary Louise and Jamie Baker ahead of Yemets now up into 14th and 15th places respectively. Scooter Paul, a couple of seconds behind these two on the road, running in 17th place. Andrew Bold, in the meantime, is trying to get onto the back of Reese Parker here. And what a difference a week makes here. Andrew Bolden, over the course of last week, was battling for the podiums throughout the race and then got the lead handed to him due to Paul Vidler making this mistake, and Overtaker also was in the wars a bit, and that released him into the lead. And after that, he never looked back. He simply did the business, brought it home for the win. This time out, he's running in P13. Mid-pack here tonight for Andrew Bolden, but still a long way to go. Also, one thing to note is that Tunde joined. Was he in from the start? Because I'm sure we had only 21 drivers at the start. Maybe he joined in the pre-race bit, I don't know. But we have got Babatunde Aramiro, who's currently running in 22nd at the moment on track. Obviously, I say 22 drivers. It's a pretty good turnout, all things considered. The fact that we had to start an hour earlier than we usually do due to the Formula One, and the fact that it's an endurance round as well could have ended up putting people off. But yeah, I'm pretty happy with a 22 driver turnout. In all honesty, there was at least 10 people that couldn't make tonight. We had a couple of reserves jump in. It's just one of those things. If we hadn't rescheduled for the F1, I think we'd have been lucky to have even got 20 people in. But as it is, we've got 22. So I think that the reschedule probably did do what I'd hoped it would, in all honesty. Looks like Simon Blair's just bringing it onto the back of Matthew Duffin a little bit here again. We saw these two were battling in the early stages, and once again, seems like Blair putting Duffin under a bit of pressure at the moment. These two, a couple of seconds clear of Gary Burton there in 11th place, who might fancy a bit of this action, but they're a little way behind. I think it's Marco Patriarca. I could be wrong there. I do apologise, Mr. Patriarca, if I am wrong on that one. See Blair there having a little look to the inside. It wasn't really a feint. It wasn't really a pressure move. It was more of just a little look, you know, see what's on the inside of the corner, look for any marbles, look for maybe any potential hazards if he were to go for a bit of a speculative move up the inside. Bolden in the meantime has managed to get ahead of Reese Parker up into P12, so that's a move for position. And Mary Louise and Jamie Baker here having a fight for 14th place, and it would appear that Jamie Baker's actually found his way through. So Jamie Baker actually making pretty good progress here in this race in the last couple of laps. He's obviously moved ahead of a couple of drivers now. Mary Louise is now coming under heavy pressure from Yametz, who's trying to get back ahead of him. We saw obviously both Mary Louise and Baker made their way ahead of Yametz a lap or so ago through this very section of the track where Yametz made a mistake, but now Yametz trying to make amends here and potentially make a move here. As we see Baker currently with these two still on the rear of him as they're coming down the start-finish straight here. Down towards turn one once again. But they're all just far enough ahead of each other to be out of any real threat at this point. As Simon Blair here looking to the outside of Matthew Duffin coming into turn 5. He's going to look to try and keep himself there, but Matthew Duffin too wise to that, not allowing him to get around him and not allowing him to get underneath him either there. Matthew Duffin, good driving there. It's allowing Gary Burton all the time to close in though. You can see how much closer he is than what the timing board says. It says it's 2 seconds in that one sector alone. He's gained more than a second. You can see he's probably within a second of Simon Blair at this point. It's these two coming down the back straight, and Blair again too far back. Matthew Duffin having to defend a little bit there. Just aware of the fact that Blair is that little bit closer than he has been. See, Metzi has lost a couple of places now, down to P18. So, not sure where he lost it there. He was obviously behind Baker and Mary Louise. He's made another mistake here, another small mistake. He's lost about 5-6 seconds. Well, small mistake in some people's book, that's a big mistake. Duffin in the meantime still with Blair hassling the back of him for P9. Firmingo here with Patriarca closing up onto the back of him. Obviously, it's been a good first few laps here for Firmingo. Made a strong opening to the race, and you can see how Patriarca really closing up to him. Might have a chance down the start finish straight this time around. For Firmingo, obviously, it's his seasonal debut. For those of you who are new to this season, or rather have watched before but maybe haven't watched this season, Firmingo is formerly known as Kodalungu. And he's been a runner-up in championships over the course of the time that Motive's been around. He's been a driver who's often up there, but hasn't thus far got a championship to his name. But is usually there or thereabouts in the high scoring points, sometimes the podiums. As we're talking about him, obviously we can see that Roshnov has got Hurans closing up onto him now. Well under a second between these two, so Tynus looking like he's just stepping it up a little bit, piling the pressure now on the back of Alexander Roshnov. And obviously for Tynus, he'll want to get ahead of Roshnov as quickly as he can and try and tear after Jazzman, who's out in front. Obviously Vermeulen, who has just really got on with it since the start of the race. Both of these two obviously missed the first round, so they know they've really got to get a march on here if they want to have a chance in the championship. They need to be consistently outscoring Roshnov every single round. And I would have said Boldham, but the way things are going right now, maybe not at this rate. But it's only one round. Hey, look, still a long way to go in the season. I don't want to be knocking him or writing him off at this point. The likes of Vidler also, with his consistency, could be in the mix. Ladies and gentlemen, I've worked out what the problem has been for this entire stream. I had no idea what it was up until now. I pressed a button on the left side of my headphones. Completely unbeknownst to me, I didn't even know. So essentially what was happening was I was pressing a button on the left side of my headset. And it's just there, it's just sat on the headphone. I was basically just fiddling with my left headphone, and just out of nowhere I just pressed this button and it triggered a switch on my headphones on my mic, which basically switches the mic to a really muffled, almost muted sort of setting, and that's the reason why you haven't been able to hear me for the last half an hour. So, I mean, some of you might be happy about that, but others of you might be a bit disappointed. So apologies to those who I've let down, and to those who are quite happy that I haven't been talking or haven't been able to hear me speak. You're welcome. But yeah. Anyway, we've got the race leader Vermeulen coming into the pits here at the end of lap 28. We've got also Paul Vidler coming in as well. Down to 17 drivers here in this race. So we've had a couple of dropouts so far. Not too many though. Gary Burton's still on the back of Matthew Duffin in the battle for 9th place. Vermeulen's now back out onto the track. Where is he in relation to Roshnov? Oh, he's way ahead of Roshnov. Absolutely nowhere to be seen there is Roshnov, but potentially Vermeulen has gone for a no tyre change strategy. In fact, I'm pretty sure he hasn't changed tyres here, so that could leave him vulnerable near the end of this race. This race is far from over at the moment. Vermeulen's decided to go the entire race on one set of tyres, which is very ballsy indeed. So is Patriarca. But Patriarca still needs to pit. So does Simon Blair. Because you've got to do a mandatory pit stop even if you're not changing tyres. You have to come in at least once. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. So Patriarca and Blair still to pit. Vermeulen the race leader with a 20-second gap right now over Roshnov, but we know that Roshnov's got fresh tyres. Vermeulen still on the same tyres he started the race on, and that tyre advantage will continue to play more and more in Roshnov's favour, and Hurans to be fair, and put a Vidler as well in the same position. So these three are going to be coming for him at the end. And Overtaker's not too far behind these, albeit his gap to overtake, or to Roshnov should I say, is about 15 seconds. So all in all, he's probably out of that battle for P4, or what could eventually be the lead. Who knows? When you consider what might happen to Vermeulen here. And actually, Overtaker's gap to Roshnov is about 13 seconds. So, yeah, it's a tall order, but it could happen. We could be seeing at least maybe Roshnov and Hurans putting a bit of pressure on Vermeulen at the end, maybe Vidler as well. Duffin and Burton still battling over 9th place. They've been having this battle now for a number of laps since the very early stages of this one. See Patriarca here into the pits and into lap 29, and Simon Blair following him through. So that will now release Jared Vermeulen back out into the lead once again. Got to keep an eye on Vermeulen's gap to Roshnov because, as we said before, Vermeulen on the tyres which he started the race on, Roshnov starting on, or rather changing on to fresh tyres in his pit stop a couple of laps ago. So that's going to be very relevant as we get towards the end of the race. Gap currently about 20 seconds still, I think, if that's accurate. Vermeulen just coming to the end of the first sector there through turn 4. Let's keep an eye on Roshnov here as he comes through turn 3. Yeah, gap nearly 21 seconds, so Jazzman's still extending the gap here right now over Roshnov. Huron's definitely closing in on Roshnov at this point, though, so maybe that could be a battle we'll be seeing in a second. Who knows, maybe Huron's could be the one to take the fight here to Vermeulen. We've got Simon Blair in, just coming out of the pits now. He's going to come out ahead of Duffin, behind Van Berkenstein. So Duffin and Burton still battling over 9th and 10th places. That will still be 9th and 10th. Blair was a few seconds ahead of them before the pit stop phases, and he's still a few seconds ahead of them now after the pit stop phases. So nothing too much has changed there in that one. We've got Simon Blair in. They're just coming in. Screw Paul in the pits here at the end of lap 31. So now it's just Glenn to come in and make his mandatory stop, and then they'll have all been in to have ticked that box. Oh, and Glenn's parked up by the side of the road. He's put it in the wall. I think Glenn might be about to retire from the race here, you know. I reckon that's a I'm done kind of move there from him. See Paul currently in the box and off and away now. Duffin and Burton very close here, only 0.3 of a second separating them as they come into the final sector once again. Gap between Roshnov and Huron's coming down. The gap between Vermeulen and Roshnov is going up. So at this point, Jazzman seems to have everything under control out the front. Despite his worn tyres, they don't really seem to be affecting him at all. He seems to be just running away out the front. Incredible driving, really. Gap just creeps over 2 seconds now between Roshnov and Huron's. Duffin and Burton still battling. Oh, sorry. I don't want to report you, Gary Burton. Apologies. My bad. I didn't mean to bring that up. Duffin and Burton continuing their battle all the way down towards turn 9 again. Gary Burton within 0.2 of Matthew Duffin as they come into the corner, but still nothing doing at the moment. Doesn't look like this move's going to be made anytime soon. Just seems like these two quite happy where they are. Gary Burton doesn't seem to be in any real major hurry at this point. But they're losing time to Simon Blair, and that's allowing him to just drive off into the distance there in 8th place. Thomas Van Berkenstein is closing in on Marco Patriarca here in a battle for P6. Well under a second between these two now, so Van Berkenstein could fancy a move here in the next couple of laps potentially. Clouden and Bolden currently separated by 2 seconds as well. That's one to watch as Bolden looks to try and close that gap if he can. Gap well under 2 seconds between Roshnov and Hurans for second and third at this point. And Patriarca and Van Berkenstein still running pretty close at this point. As Van Berkenstein sends one down the inside into turn 9, goes deep though on the brakes, and he's going to miss his braking point by a mile and goes very, very wide, loses time there, and Patriarca there gets him back on the exit without any real major issues. He tried to go for it, but that was never going to work from there, not braking that late. Worth a try. He's put him under a bit of pressure now, but if he keeps doing it like that, then Patriarca will just pick him off. Maybe he's got to hope that Patriarca won't be able to deal with him one of these times that he does that. As Bolden here is into the pits at the end of lap 33, so that's a second pit stop there for him. I did theorise when he came in at the hour mark that potentially, or rather the half-hour mark into the race with an hour left, I was theorising that he might be two-stopping. That has indeed appeared to be the case as he's coming in bang on the second half-hour mark. So it's a race of 3 stints here for Andrew Bolden, and what a change it makes from one week to the next. Obviously, the race winner last week was Andrew Bolden at Monza, and he's retired this time around, so he's actually left the session. So he will be scoring nil points here tonight. Glenn's into the pits at the end of lap 34. Van Berkenstein still all over the back of Patriarca here. Probing and pushing, looking for an opening as they come into the final sector. But will he have a chance to make the move down the start-finish straight here? He can get a good exit out of the final corner. He might have a chance. Oh, Patriarca all over the place there. Massive slide coming out through the exit of the chicane. Here we go then. Van Berkenstein in the slipstream. Now is this going to be his opportunity here to make this one happen? Looks like he's getting a bit of closing speed here in that BMW. Closing in on the Porsche as we see Patriarca just defending to the inside. Van Berkenstein's going to have to go around the long way. He's going to go late on the brakes here and try and swoop around the outside. Is he going to hold himself there? He's going to have the inside for turn 2, but then Patriarca will have the inside for 3, and Patriarca does put himself in the way and forces his way back through. Is he going to leave himself open to a counter here coming on the exit of turn 3? I don't think he is. Patriarca there gets it beautifully turned in and holds on to 6th place for the time being. Again, Van Berkenstein back to the drawing board. Gap almost under a second now between Roshnov and Hurand. Hurand's been gaining on him so much over this last stint, and it's now under a second here between these two. I think the back markers might have helped play a part here for Hurand, but nonetheless, he now finds himself on the verge of taking second place. Let's keep an eye on the gap that Vermeulen has to these two, because I think he is still pulling away despite his worn tyres. Roshnov here, making his way through the traffic. You can see there, that's Clouden there, who's just been lapped by Roshnov. Now Hurand's got to try and do the same thing, and he gets through without any dramas as well. These two still cutting their way through this traffic rather nicely at this point, it has to be said. But Hurand's now within a stone's throw pretty much at the back of Alexander Roshnov. Vermeulen is still gapping these two consistently. 25 seconds is his gap at the moment over Roshnov. as things stand here, it'll be a very dominant victory here for Jared Vermeulen, formerly known as Jazzman here at Motive. As Huron's there trying to put a lap on some of this traffic, but he's struggling to dispatch them here. As we see one of the cars there moving well out of the way, that's Ian Gray, who was going wide there coming out of turn 9. Here we go then, Roshnov. Just under a second is his gap right now over Hurons. Vidler only 4 seconds behind this battle, so if these two continue to slow each other down and trip each other up, then Vidler could be Johnny on the spot and on the scene ready to capitalise. Gary Burton's still all over the back of Matthew Duffin here for 9th and 10th. These two have been going at it since the beginning of the race. Duran's just dropping off of Roshnov on that previous lap, but this time around he's got the gap back under a second. After the traffic that they negotiated, the gap was just over a second, so Duran's has just chipped away a little bit over the course of this lap. Has, on the whole, been gaining since the final pit stops. Obviously, so these guys are only on a one-stop strategy, but since they came in about 20 minutes ago, it's been all Hurons closing in until they got to the traffic, that was, and then, which is unusual because typically you find that the driver that's first to encounter the traffic is the one that suffers the most, but in this particular instance, that theory has been blown out of the water. Situation in life, there is always the anomaly and there is always the exception to the rule. Not consistently, but as a one-off, that's what anomalies are. But Roshnov still holding on to second place for the time being. As things stand here in this one, these guys well behind Jared Vermeulen, who's currently got a 27-second lead over Roshnov as things stand. Gary Bird's still running pretty close on the back of Matthew Duffin, but these two have been processional now since the early stage of this race. Doesn't appear to be any real urgency from Burton to make that move. Hurans, though, conversely, closing that gap to Roshnov bit by bit over the last few laps, and I reckon he might be sizing up potentially a move quite soon, like a snake emptying its belly, waiting to size up his prey. And well, not quite, but you get the analogy anyway. But Hurans is much like the snake slithering, just closing up to the back of Hurans here. Sorry, Roshnov, should I say. He's not closing up on the back of himself. Burton still can't get anything done here with Duffin at this point as they're coming into turn one once again here on lap 40 of the race. And these two coming to towards the end of lap 39. But Hurans just seems a little bit too far away coming out onto the straight, so Roshnov's got the pace, I think, in that final sector, which is keeping him in good stead and allowing him to pull out that gap, so Hurans isn't really able to capitalise on his position because he's not close enough coming out of that final corner. So he's just leaving himself with a little bit too much to do at this. Burton, they're going a little bit wide as they're being lapped by the race leader Vermeulen. So Matthew Duffin and Gary Burton have been battling for a while, and you can see Duffin there moving aside and letting the race leader go around the outside of him there going through turn 5. But looked like Burton there was just caught up a little bit, I think, distracted by the race leader as he was coming up on him so quickly. Been driving a stellar race tonight as Jared Vermeulen, and I think just caught him unawares a little bit, to be honest with you. Roshnov and Hurans still battling over second place at the moment. Still very, very tight here between these two, as Hurans very wide there coming out of turn 4. But Hurans doesn't seem to be able to pressure Roshnov into a mistake at this particular moment. Similar to what we're seeing with Duffin and Burton, it's just follow the guy in front basically at this point. And it's not an easy track to overtake, I will concede. Barcelona, it's typically, certainly in F1, in these guys you'd expect it to be slightly more easier, but I guess it's not really turned out to be the case here tonight. Similar track to Hungary. There's not really many spaces you can go for. It's a very technical track, and it's easy to make a mistake. That's, I think, where you're going to see a lot of positions gained. But if you've got a driver who's determined to park it on the apex and just do everything they need to do, it's very hard to actually force a move. So unless the guy in front of you has got something to chase and is pushing hard and makes a mistake, generally you'll find that it is quite hard to make a move. been a quiet race tonight, really. Aside from the early stages, things have just settled down, really. Obviously, we missed a lot of the action, or rather, I appeared to have missed a lot of the action because my mic cut out after 17 minutes of the race. Basically, I pressed a button on my headphones which caused my mic to mute itself, unbeknownst to me, because obviously the only mute button I was aware of was the one on the controller, on the PS5 controller. When you press that, obviously it shuts everything down. But I accidentally pressed a button. I went and started fiddling with my left headphone midway through the race and inadvertently pressed a button which mute my mic. So yeah, go figure. But oh well. So yeah, for about half an hour you heard a radio silence over the mic during this stream. I was still keeping up with the action. I was still actually commentating the whole time because I had no idea. But unfortunately there is no record of that ever having taken place. And that is very frustrating indeed. All of my cries, all of my shouting, all of my excitement was basically for nothing. So hey, we move. Oh, as we can see, that's Burton there, who's finally made a move on Matthew Duffin up into 9th place. That one has been shaping up for a long, long time. He's managed to make his way through there on the exit of turn 5. Did Duffin make a mistake, or did Duffin wave him through? Oh, we're seeing a flash of lights there from Matthew Duffin. He's not happy with something. Flamingo also closing up onto these two as well. So this is now a 3-car battle here for 9th place, which is currently occupied by Gary Burton. But here comes Matthew Duffin looking to the outside here, coming down towards turn 9. Is he going to try and go around the outside? No, Burton's waved him through. Said, go on, mate. Sorry about that. Whatever happened, I'm taking responsibility. No, he hasn't. Because Duffin has dropped behind him again. So Duffin's gone deep into turn 9 and he is not happy. He's fuming about something. He's got his hazards on. He's flashing away. As Fiamingo there now splits the two of them. Burton there in 9th place with Fiamingo 10th and Duffin down to 11th place in all of that. Matthew Duffin's absolutely seething with something there. As we see these guys coming out onto the start-finish straight once again. Mario Fiamingo then trying to make it 2 moves in the space of a lap. Down the inside he goes into turn 1. He makes the move on Gary Burton there without any real issues. And Mario Fiamingo there up into 9th place. He's a long way behind Simon Blair. I think that one's pretty much got away from him. Although, I'll tell you what, Simon Blair has flown in this second stint here. He's now on the back of Marco Patriarca here in the battle for 7th and 8th places. Well, actually saying that, he's dropped back a little bit here by just 3 seconds. He's just on the back of a potentially to be lapped car in a second. As he makes his way through ahead of the lapped car, but the gap 2.4 between Marco Patriarca and Simon Blair at this moment in time. As Fiamingo's definitely completed that move on Burton. Burton back ahead of Duffin, but I think Duffin might have been waved through by him. Yes, he has. So Burton's let him through after all of that kerfuffle that we saw a lap or so ago into turn 9 once again. A corner where Duffin locked up last time and went wide. He's gone and done the same thing again. Oh, and he's got a track limits violation as well. That's a drive-through there for our reigning champion. So he's now going to have to come in and do that. Oh, no. What's going on there? Come on. They're getting themselves in a bit of a tangle there. Duffin gets himself out of harm's way because that's going to just boil over those two clearly. A bit annoyed at each other right now, and I think that was going to get nasty. It didn't, but it could have easily. Roshnov in the meantime has got Hurans really close on him still. These two have been running close for the last few laps as they're coming out of the final corner again. but Huron's still not close enough because he's not good enough for that final sector, or his car's not got enough grip through that final sector to be close enough to make a move down the start finish straight. Roshanov just seems to leave him in his dust a little bit coming through the final sector, and it really allows Huron's no quarter. Simon Blair, in the meantime, is now 2.5 seconds behind Patriarca. So looks like Marco Patriarca has just extended the gap a little bit over the last lap or so. Maybe starting to see that Simon Blair's closing that gap and responded to the pressure a little bit here. Roshanov's still running P2. Huron's right on the back of him at the moment as things continue on. Roshanov and Huron separated by just under a second at the moment as Huron's trying to close up onto the back of him here into turn one once again. Still just a little bit too far away in that one. Duffin has got Clouden now on the back of him in the battle for P11, so Duffin, after having come in for that drive-through, dropped him out of the battle with Firmingo and Burton. Firmingo's now 6 seconds up the road from Burton, so that's not really a battle anymore. But Clouden looking racy on the back of Duffin, a bit out of position due to some woes in the early part of the race. But could be on for a P11 here if he can find a way through. Ahead of our reigning champion, who on his seasonal reappearance tonight hasn't had the sort of consistency that we were used to seeing from him last season. But long season, long way to go. Can't write him off just yet. Roshanov and Huron's 0.3 of a second apart. All that Huron's needs now is to just get a really good run through the final sector. It's easier said than done, but if he can get a good run through the final sector, then he'll be there, Johnny on the spot, waiting to pounce on the back of Roshanov. Neither of these two has had the answer to Vermeulen today. He has just got up and gone. He's been absolutely superb here tonight. A track that I vividly remember Jazzman saying he does not like Barcelona, but tonight he's completely blown that one out of the water. As we see Roshanov and Huron's coming over the line once again here at the end of that 47, 0.4 of a second between them. Huron's in the slipstream here. Is he going to get closer and closer? No, he's still a little bit too far away coming into turn one this time around. It's a long race here, 90 minutes. You get a lot of laps in. It's going to be more than 50 laps by the time we get to the end of this race. I think it's going to be a 51 lap race by the time we get to the end. Bear in mind the F1 around this track is a 66 lap race, so we're not a million miles off of the F1 and the distance that they do around this circuit, although they do it considerably quicker. Roshanov for the time being, though, soaking up all the pressure here from Huron in his battle for second place. It's been going on now for really, I think, half the race pretty much. Patriarca has now got Blair. He was just briefly within a second there. The gap's now gone up to just over a second, so Patriarca's responded a little bit. They are just currently encountering some traffic, or they've just gone past the traffic there. That's Jamie Baker there, who both of those two have lapped, so that will have obviously, I think, just derailed Simon Blair's pursuit here of Patriarca. Clouden here really close on the back of Duffin as they're coming towards the end of the first sector. This for P11 and 12, but since Duffin's pit stop, he's held his ground here on Clouden. Hasn't looked under too much threat of losing the position. Clouden looking up the inside there into turn 5, but still a little bit too far away just at the moment. Roshnov has got Hurans just under a second between those two at this point. Blair well within a second of Patriarca, still in that battle for 7th place as things stand here. Vermeulen though has got, I reckon, 3 more laps including this one, unless he's got an eye on the F1 and he knows that he'd be better off waiting for that clock to hit 0 maybe. Not sure if he's thinking about that at this point. That would be some 700 IQ move if he is. Obviously the F1 does start, or the formation lap starts at 9 PM my time. I'm in the UK. As it stands, this race is going to finish bang on 9 o'clock, so that gives, well, that's when the timer hits 0. So maybe Vermeulen might be well advised to just back off a little bit here in his last lap and a half or 2 laps or whatever we have here. And then he might get to the TV during the formation lap. But as he puts a lap there on one of the lap cars, see what the clock is. See where the clock is as he comes round, because he could maybe just slow it down a bit on this last lap, run the clock out a little bit and cross over with 1:45 on the clock, and then just bring it home for the last lap. Who knows? Let's see what he's going to do here. Vermeulen here, he's not got enough time in hand to run the clock out here. He's going to have to go about business as normal here on this final lap, or rather final 2 laps of the race. 2:11 as he crossed the line. Keep an eye on the gap to Roshnov. Roshnov still coming under pressure from Hurans coming down towards turn 1, but Hurans once again not getting close enough through that final sector. Patriarca's still got Simon Blair attacking on him for 7th place as well. And Matthew Duffin's managed to shake off Jamal Clouden a little bit. The gap now best part of a second between those two at this point. Vermeulen coming down the back straight. The gap's 35 seconds between Vermeulen and Roshnov. There was 2:11 on the clock. Vermeulen could theoretically park it out of the last corner and wait for the clock, but he's got no need to. He might as well finish the race. He might as well just get on with it here. This race should end about a minute past 9 o'clock. By the time everyone's finished, hopefully the formation lap won't have finished for the F1, because I plan on watching it. But here comes Jared Vermeulen over the line to start the final lap here at Barcelona. So here we go. about Roshnov and Hurans is Hurans going to have a last-ditch lunge here on the back of Roshnov. We've also got Simon Blair attacking on Patriarca here for 7th and 8th places. Patriarca's been weathering that storm. Clouden very close on Duffin here into turn 9. Is he going to have a chance to go for a cutback? Duffin seems to have got his car nicely got good traction there out of turn 9 as Hurans here getting closer to the back of Roshnov down the start finish straight. He's a little bit too far away just at the moment, and just at the moment is pretty much the be all end all, because it's not going to be more chances. He's not going to go into turn 1 at racing speeds again around this circuit here tonight, but it's going to be Jared Vermeulen who's got half a lap left to go. We're going to jump to him in a second. We're going to just keep an eye on these other battles here. Patriarca and Blair still battling for 7th and 8th places, but Blair too far away going into turn 9. Duffin and Clouden here are pretty much bumper to bumper right now, and Jamal Clouden's going to have a huge chance to make this move, which he's been trying to make for the last few laps. He looks to the outside, but the straight line speed of Duffin seems to be keeping him in good stead here. Into turn 1 we go for the final time. Matthew Duffin, I think, he should be okay here, because his straight line speed seems far superior to Jamal Clouden. Even in the slipstream, he wasn't really gaining on him at all. Huran's still hassling Roshnov, but Roshnov has done everything right over the last few laps, and there's no reason to believe that he'll drop the ball this time around. Patriarca has always made a mistake there as Patriarca, or has he? He's let Simon Blair through. I think those two have had a bit of a to-do. Simon Blair gets through up into 7th place. In the meantime, Jared Vermeulen coming over the line to take the victory here in round 2 of Season 8 here for the Assetto Corsa Competizione PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series GT3 Championship here at Motive Racing. It's Marco Patriarca to take 7th, lap down ahead of Simon Blair in 8th. Jamie Baker 2 laps down in 13th. Glenn 3 laps down in 15th. Who'll be next over the line, though? Roshnov and Hurans coming into the chicane. It's going to be very, very close. Oh, my God. No, he's still ahead of him. He's still held on. So Roshnov here out of the final corner is going to take 2nd place. A great battle there between those two. A 3rd and a 2nd for Roshnov, and he will take the championship lead here tonight. Hurans over in 3rd place. Oh, dear. As we see Paul Vidler coming up towards the line to take 4th place in the end. Gary Burton, Mario Fiamingo 9th, a lap down. Gary Burton 10th, also a lap down. Overtaker coming out the final corner with Scuderia Paul, those two crossing over in 5th and 13th places respectively. Van Berkenstein's coming into the final sector. Duffin's coming up towards the line. Clouden got him on the final lap. So Joel Clouden 11th, Matthew Duffin's going to be P12. Van Berkenstein will be the last driver over the line here, coming into the final sector here to finish in 5th place. The F1 is going to be on in a second, guys, so I'm going to dip. But thanks everybody for watching, and we'll see you next week.